This commercial-free hour of music was powered by Hulu.
Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival returns to Las Vegas tonight and tomorrow night. Streaming live only on Hulu. Starting at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 Pacific.
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi, greetings, welcome. Brothers and sisters, comrades and friends, whatever. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is out. Well, we got some friends coming by today.
We do. I'm excited.
Comedian Derek Kahill is going to join us shortly. He's doing a very early show tomorrow at the Funny Bone. And then the great Robert Kelly will come by later on as well. He's doing the weekend with young Bill Squire over at Hilarities, right around here on East 4th. That's where it is, right? East 4th Street?
East 4th Street.
In downtown Cleveland?
In downtown Cleveland. And it's a whole complex. It's Pickwick and Frolic.
Yep.
You got the restaurant upstairs and then Hilarities, the comedy club downstairs. And Pickwick and Frolic is quite an underrated restaurant, if I do say so myself. It is very good.
Every time I go to a show at Hilarities and you walk through the restaurant, I always kind of kick myself for not getting a table there before the show. Because I'm like, to your point, I'm like, we should really have dinner
I mean,
here
you can eat
more often
at Hilarities too.
Yeah.
But they have a more truncated menu.
Right.
If you really want the full experience, you want to sit upstairs, take your time, enjoy the fine dining.
You know how I hate
Hilarities.
truncation.
Yeah, I know.
And, in the time that we've known Nick Casas, of course, the grand poobah over there, and maybe you know this, I've never taken the time to ask him what a pickwick is. I'm pretty clear on the frolicking part. That's more of a verb. What is a pickwick? Has that ever been explained?
It's a reference to a novel, I believe.
The term pickwick and frolic is from a novel?
It's
or the word pickwick is?
Pickwick and Frolic is a reference to a novel by who wrote
John Updike.
No.
Ernest Hemingway.
No, he's
Jack London.
He wrote Christmas Carol and stuff like that.
Dickens. Chuck Dickens.
I think it's, yeah.
Okay. Pickwick and Frolic, Chuck Dickens.
Yeah.
All right.
I believe
He has a line of ciders, I believe, doesn't he? I think I heard a commercial from Charles Dickens won his first literary fame with the posthumous papers of the Pickwick Club.
There you go.
All right. Well, so in addition to essentially being Cleveland's home for the finest in comedy, it's also literary in nature. And who can hate that? So Bobby Kelly will be in here a little bit later on. Of course, I am all thrown off today because all day yesterday I thought it was Friday. So I don't know what the hell today is.
It's also Friday.
I'm told it's a Friday.
It's a Friday.
There's nobody here today, but that's how Friday is done around here.
I feel like a lot of places are like that these days.
I think you're probably right. I was talking to somebody who used to go to an office job, and now and their job, as I understand it, is something where I assumed even post-COVID they were still going in, and they were like, no, I'm mostly a little bit traveling, but I'm mostly working from home. I'm like, wow. So yeah, other than here at iHeart Cleveland, other than the couple of days a week where they ask people to come in. We're in every day. They ask people to come in, salespeople and administrative staff and things like that. I think that's the case with most places like that now, if they have that hybrid system, is if people don't have to be in, they won't go in. And I need a place to go. The people need a place to go. And so, even during the heat of COVID, we went into the studio every single day. And
it was nice, honestly.
It was nice for the first few months. I've talked about this. It was nice for the first few months. But by the time we got to like month 8 and 9 and 10, and we were the only ones there, it got real weird. It was like a ghost ship towards the end of. And then we moved down here. Yeah. I didn't mind. I mean, listen, backed against the wall, I didn't mind it. But it had gotten to a point where it was just very, very strange. There was no walking around anymore and going, "Hey, what's up?
Yeah,
how
there
you
was
doing?"
none of that.
That was long gone.
No, it was basically because then they pulled everything out of there, and it was
they kind of stripped.
That's
the place.
when it got real creepy when everything was just gone.
Yeah,
and it was like we were the last because we were the last ones to move down here because all the salespeople and stuff were down here months before us.
Yes. And then another radio company moved in there.
Yeah.
So I hope that they're enjoying all of the little treats that I left for them around our old studios. And please don't press me on what those are. I don't know. I'm wearing my T-shirt today that says Chicago ain't no sissy town, and I haven't worn it in a long time. I have a chest of drawers that's just all T-shirts, and I just grab whichever one is next on the stack. And today it happened to be this one. And I popped into Giant Eagle before I came into work this morning. I'm at the checkout, and this woman walks up to me. I can see her in my periphery. And she's like, "I love the shirt," chatting me up about, And she goes, "You see those, God, what did she say? You see that apartment complex on the north side where that gang tried to take it over and the people started kicking ass?" And I go, "Well, are you talking about Colorado?" And she's like, "No, this happened in Chicago." And I said, "Well, yeah, okay, And I said, "Are you from there?" And she's like, "No, I have friends there, but they told me, whatever." I go, "Okay, well, yeah, it's definitely not Colorado." And she kind of stood there like we were going to have more of a conversation. But again, I only had a couple of items, so I was going to be in and out. And but she was really taken with the shirt. And I didn't get her name, but she was very, very nice. But I didn't have anything more to say to her about it. I didn't know specifically what she was talking about. And so I feel a little stupid that my parting comment to her was, "Chicago is not Colorado, you're right." Because that's one of those things that's, it's self-evident, but I was just trying to kind of understand where she was coming from. And then as I walked away, she yelled out a goodbye to me. And it wasn't like she was some lady sometimes you'll go into these places and you have to play a little roulette game in your head. You go, okay, who is this random person? Are they a person who A, works here, B, is shopping here, or C, someone completely off the street who's just wandering around talking to people? Those are basically your three choices. And back in the day, you used to know specifically if somebody was working somewhere because they'd have some kind of uniform on. Now it's all out the window. You don't know what's going on. People are wearing street clothes, and if you don't see a name tag, you have no clue what's up. So I assumed, just by process of elimination, that she was somebody who was shopping because she didn't look disheveled enough to have come off the street, wasn't wearing a name tag, but also didn't have any items when she walked up to me. So, again, it wasn't intrusive. She's a very nice lady. But I don't know what to do in a situation like that. What do I say? I go, "Hey, thank you." And I wasn't going to run away. But she was very, very nice. But I wish that I had had more of an anecdote for her, but I really didn't. And so whoever that lady is, thanks, and blah, blah, blah. I got to take a break. You want to send me a text for something? 35192 is where you do that. If you're listening to us on iHeartRadio, there's that little talkback button you can always use. You can watch the show if you want. Go to the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite
Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search Classic Hard Rock. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Studies show that listening to classical music can temporarily raise your IQ.
I feel pretty smart.
If you're looking for the opposite effect, just stay tuned.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
(216-578-1007) if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. Send me a text, 35192. Want to do that? Guardians in St. Louis tonight. That is an 8:15 first pitch. Their final road series of the regular season. Guardians against the Cardinals tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. Before they wrap up with a couple of homestands against the Cincinnati Reds. They'll play 3 against the Astros. And so the regular season will culminate next Sunday, 29th. Then we go into the postseason. And they have already put out all the information on those postseason tickets. The wild card and or divisional round tickets will be available to the general public on Tuesday, the 24th at 10 a.m. Eastern. CLEguardians.com/tickets for the details. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio and you do it from out of state, I'd like to know where you are. So check in if you're one of our bureau chiefs. Joe listens in Dallas, Texas. Justin is one of our bureau chiefs in Phoenix. Sarah listens in Norwalk, Connecticut. Kayla is in Duxbury, Vermont. And Shelby is a new listener in Butte, Montana. I don't know if we're still being beset with technical problems over there on the app. You know, you got to laugh so you don't cry. And we were constantly getting, our segments were constantly being interrupted by advertisements. And so a lot of times people will send me, they'll say, hey, this ad interrupted you guys talking, where when I listen back to it, I know that it is a normal end of a segment. You know, you can usually tell, obviously, because if it's in the middle of me saying something like, you know, mid-sentence or mid-syllable and it cuts in, that's one thing. But barring that, when that doesn't happen, it certainly seems like a lot of the advertisements, we've talked about this, certainly seems like a lot of the advertisements are not random. They can't be coincidental. There's
it sounds like they're playing off the topics.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's really weird. Matt sent me a clip. He said this is the perfect transition into a podcast. This is from a few days ago. It was a show with just me and Mary. This would have been while you were gone.
The timing is too close for him to say, I hate Taylor Swift, and then for there to be a gun threat.
Could you imagine if it had been like a 14-year-old girl walking out with like a Taylor Swift shirt on? And
instead of stealing her dad's gun and going to school, she went to the golf course. It's not a crazy thought.
You gotta let kids be kids. You gotta turn them loose on the playground, as long as the playground is safe.
Yeah, you gotta let kids be kids, whether they're bringing guns to school or whatever. So it's so strange to me. I mean, I know that there's... She
wears short skirts. I make death threats.
I know that there are so many different advertisements that are run not only here on the air but on the app, and I'm not privy to all of them. But boy, that certainly seems dead on, connected at least somewhat to what we were talking about there. So maybe there are legitimate technological forces at play that I'm not hip to. I got my own problems. I'm not back there figuring things out with the sales department. Shohei Ohtani, big night last night. I think they were in Florida, the Dodgers, playing the Marlins, and he killed it. Not only did the Dodgers win 20-4. Oh, hey, you hear that?
All right.
Hey, we got a smoke alarm going off here at 668 U.
You want me to go check and see what's going on?
Yeah, let's see what's up. Mm-hmm. Now that all the lights are popping off and we can hear the...
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties.
You know, normally these are the kind... Anywhere you are in the office, right? I think we've all kind of been conditioned to ignore these kinds of things. If you hear the alarm, lights flicker, that little flashing light. So we'll see.
Program momentarily. Please stay tuned.
Again, there's no one here today except us. So
Just a test.
Just a test. We probably got an email on it, too.
Probably did.
And I probably saw that email and halfway understood it. And okay, good. Well, there you go. Just a test. Shohei Ohtani last night joins what they call the 50-50 club. That is, of course, for people uninitiated to baseball. That is somebody who is really, really a huge fan of this delicious grapefruit lime soda. Started making this in Milwaukee a long time ago. It's a little harder to find these days. Some people will opt for the squirt or something else. If you're making a Paloma, I know I've used a lot of 50-50, but it is getting harder to find. And so, I'm sorry? And so Shohei Ohtani, despite not being from this country, has still clearly, I don't know why they're making such a big deal about it, but he's clearly made enough of a dent, and he loves
about
grapefruit lime soda. And it's not, you think he'd just love the grapefruit and lime soda itself, but it's that he loves all the other natural flavors that are in it, I have to think. So that's not what it is?
That's not what it is. No, he hit 50 home runs and has 50 stolen bases, and he's the first player in the history of Major League Baseball to do that, which is insane because baseball's been around for a long time, and he is the sole member of the 50-50 club. My buddy, Eitan Levine, actually threw out the first pitch of that game, so he was there and got to witness this, which is just incredible.
Huh.
Ohtani sends one in the air.
Well, I don't want the music. I want the clip.
I got the clip. You're getting the music with it.
Yeah, I got the clip somewhere. There it is.
On a 1-2, Ohtani sends one in the air. The other way. Back it goes. Gone! One-of-a-kind player. One-of-a-kind season. Shohei Ohtani starts the 50-50 club.
Now, they did, and this kind of goes back to what I was saying, when he got to home plate, they did spray him with 50-50 soda because he is a huge fan of that one-of-a-kind grapefruit lime. Did you guys get 50-50? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Did you get 50-50 in Ohio?
I vaguely remember 50-50, but I don't think it,
because they made it, it started in Milwaukee, so we got it in Chicago. I mean, you get 50-50. There was another one called Bubble Up. There was like a golden age back in the day of, I know they still do it, but it seemed like there were a lot more back then, of sodas and pops trying to cut in on Sprite's dominance of the whole lemon lime thing. I don't know why everybody thought they had a new take on lemon lime, but there was 50-50, and I'm a Squirt man from way back.
I love Squirt. I'm a big fan of Squirt.
Yep. Squirt is
in
great.
Any form.
In any possible combination or permutation, Squirt is great. So Shohei Ohtani.
I'll just do this. Oh, you're so gross, Bill. Oh, you're so gross.
Just because Mary's not here doesn't mean that we have to adopt. We don't have to co-opt her pain. He's the first person ever to do this?
Yeah.
Well, then how is it that he joins the 50-50 club?
He created the 50-50 club.
Well, I thought they said he joined the 50-50 club.
Well, they say that, but he joins the 50-50 club as the inaugural member.
Wow.
Yeah.
50 home runs and steal 50 bases in a single season. So Ricky Henderson didn't do that back in the day? He didn't steal 50 bases?
He stole 50 bases, but he never hit 50 home runs.
Ah. He was just in the 50 club.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, Ricky Henderson might have stole 100 bases in a season or something like that.
Yeah.
Ricky Henderson stole a lot of bases.
A lot of bases.
Most.
My brother sold a Ricky Henderson rookie card many years ago. Got himself a good chunk of cash for that. Speaking of controversy, by the way, the Shohei Ohtani ball went out into the club seats, and an 18-year-old kid is pissed off because, no one's shocked by this, is a giant scrum of grown-ass men trying to pull this ball from everyone else's hands because it's going to be worth a lot of money. One of the guys who auctions off this kind of athletic memorabilia said that this ball would probably go for about $250,000. This guy who sold Aaron Judge's 62nd home run ball for $1.5 million said that the Shohei Ohtani ball and the bat would probably get about $250,000 apiece.
Ricky Henderson stole 130 bases in one season.
There you go. That is a hell of a lot of bases. And there was a kid at the ballpark yesterday celebrating his 18th birthday. There's a kid named, whatever. Some kid is there. And he was upset because they were just inside the door of the club seats or whatever, and the ball comes. I'll show you the video here. The guy filming it is yelling and screaming, and everybody is down there on the ground trying to get the ball. And at the very end, the guy who emerges victorious, the kid is claiming that the guy ripped it from his hands, that he had his hands on.
Oh my God!
Ball gets hit, and it's coming right to them, right there.
Oh my God!
It's a domed stadium.
Oh my God! Get it! Oh my God! No way! Whoa!
And so it's a bunch of dudes knocking chairs around and diving, and they're going under tables and they're moving things. And this kid in the blue hat seems to have his hand on the ball, and this other guy who's considerably older than him, is fighting for it. And of course, he stands up and he goes, "I got it!" And the kid just throws his arms up. Yeah, the kid throws his arms up, and he's like, "What the hell just happened?"
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen grown men do that to children, right? Mm-hmm. This is an 18-year-old kid, and okay, he's having his birthday or whatever. But the guy is like, "Look, I'm going to sell this thing or whatever."
Yeah, that's what the 18-year-old kid would have liked to have done that too.
Of course.
But you ripped it out of his hands, dirtbag.
The other guy had my hand between his legs, holding my arm, and he took the ball from my hand, is what he said. The stadium security ushered the guy to a private location, and they were trying to, I think, negotiate with him for, because the stadium always wants to do something with the ball or the team.
Yeah, well,
they go, "Hey, we'll
Shohei Ohtani wants it."
Right.
Yeah.
They go, "I'll give you $500 for it."
Well, you have free drinks, soft drinks
for the rest of the
alcohol,
season. Yep, soft drinks
or domestic,
well drinks.
Yeah.
And so the guy decided that he was going to leave the stadium with the ball. Obviously, Ken Golden of Golden Auctions says that the ball is probably worth $250,000. Again, anything is just worth what somebody else will pay for it, but I imagine you could probably get that. Guys who do a lot of this on places like eBay and auction sites say that that's probably a very reasonable assessment of that ball. So the kid is, he's not out anything because he didn't, according to the other guy, he didn't have anything. But I always love to see, this is a different situation in that obviously
that ball's worth a lot.
That ball is worth a lot of money. It's when the regular home run balls get hit and you see, again, grown-ass men diving over seats and knocking children out of the way to try to get these balls. So I'd say beware anyone who takes all of that seriously. But the Dodgers end up
for $250,000 ball, I'm going to be on the ground trying to get it too. I don't know if I'd rip it out of somebody else's hand, but I'll be in that scrum.
Elbow a guy in the nuts, knocking over tables and trying to get
with my mouth.
Yeah. Hey everybody.
Alan, Trucker John, King of I-71. Listening to a podcast from a couple days ago. Bill, you're going to do pumpkin patch stuff? Check out White House Fruit Farm. You and your girlfriend and her daughter, they'll really enjoy it out there.
Oh, that's it. Okay. White House Fruit Farm. That's what Trucker John says. Okay, well, he would know. Yeah, because you said you're going to be doing fall kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Pumpkin patch stuff. Well, that'll be fun.
Let me see where that one is. The one that I'm going to go to is out near her, and it's like Regal something pumpkin patch or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Regal Farms or something like that. And
do they have a corn maze?
They do. They have two corn mazes. They have a smaller one and they have a real big one. And then they also have, like I said, a bunch of stuff. They got the petting zoo aspect of it. They got you can shoot crab apples at targets.
Crabapples?
Crabapples, yes. It's crabapples at you shoot crab apples at targets with these basically potato guns. But they're crabapple guns. It's really fun. It's a good spot.
I was reading about there was a bunch of people injured at one of these wagon rides. They do the, when you go to pumpkin patches and things like that in Wisconsin, They had one of these apple orchard wagon rides, where you're sitting on bales of hay. And it's always a lot of families. So if anything is going to go south, there's going to be kids that get hurt or whatever. But Lafayette, Wisconsin, and I don't know where that is, but one of our Wisconsin bureau chiefs forwarded me the story about a big old wagon ride accident where 18 people were hospitalized. This is western Wisconsin, middle of the day, and just a bunch of people on one of these rickety wagon rides. And it was going down an embankment. And whoever was driving it lost control, and the whole thing overturned. And they said 3 people suffered life-threatening injuries. And all 18 people are still trying to recover from this wagon overturning during a school field trip. So this is the middle of the day. It's mostly kids. Bushel and a Peck apple orchard in Chippewa Falls. I understand that, that's one of those things you're going to do when you're a kid. Did you guys have school trips to apple orchards and things like that?
Yeah, we did stuff like that.
Right.
And then we would do
It's always disappointing, by the way. Always disappointing.
So there was the church I grew up in, Mormon Church Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They had what they called a welfare farm where they would grow produce and then can it or freeze it or give it to people that were in need. And so we'd go to this one farm and they'd do apples and strawberries, and in the fall we'd go out there and pick apples, and it was so annoying.
Well, just because you have a lot of the apples they're on the ground, or they're rotten, or they have whatever.
Well,
it's not,
It was just one of those things where it was my Saturday morning, and so when people will do that, and oh, it's a date, we're gonna go pick apples on a date. I'm like, that's a dumb date. I hate that date.
Date to go pick apples.
We're gonna go pick apples. We're gonna have a nice I don't mind going to an apple orchard, buying some apples.
Yeah,
but it's not one of those things where I want to be the one picking them.
Yeah,
same thing with pick your own berries. No.
Yeah, hey, here's a little basket. You want to go pick raspberries or blueberries? You're like, no, I don't. Don't want to do that. No,
I have bags right here that cost $1 more. You can just, I don't need to.
Well, that's why now that they have, if you're over 21, they have cornfield, maize, but with wine.
Yeah.
Because they're grown people don't want to go anymore and go apple picking. I don't think.
Yeah, there's probably still some people. Again, when you go there for other events or other, I love a hayride, I love a corn maze, things like that, but I don't want to be out there picking produce.
No. These aren't jobs that Americans want to do, all right? We know this. Picking produce. We don't, another person's job is somehow our leisure activity. We're doing it for free. Here's the sheriff talking about the incident.
Field trip in the town of Lafayette. Several children, along with parents and chaperones, were on a wagon ride through an apple orchard. During the time, one of the wagons began to lose control as it was descending on a hill. They attempted to stop the wagon from descending down the hill sideways, and it abruptly overturned. When the wagon overturned, there were multiple injuries to both children and adults.
Mm-hmm. What a good line reading, too, from that guy. He's a natural. Yeah, they tried to brake the tractor, obviously, and then the hitch and the wagon kind of it jackknifed, and then it went rolling down the hill. But, boy, what a story. How did Nana pass away? It was an apple orchard wagon incident there in Chippewa Falls. We don't really like to talk about it, and as a result, at family get-togethers, no apple pies. Nothing with apples in it. It's a triggering fruit.
The wagon wreck of 24.
That's right. We don't much talk about it anymore, but when I was younger, I went ass over tin cup, as my pap used to say. I got to take a break. Comedian Derek Kahill is going to join us in a bit. He is doing an afternooner tomorrow. Talk about an early show at the Cleveland Funny Bone. Got 1 million people following him on TikTok, so we'll catch up with him. Our buddy Bobby Kelly is going to be later on. He and Bill doing some shows over the weekend at Hilarities. Go to hilarities.com for the info on that. Want to get my last pair of tickets for the Black Dahlia Murder? I will do that when we get back. Those guys are on their Beg to Serve tour, bringing a bunch of bands with them. So if you're into the metal, it ain't going to get much harder than this. It's going to happen October 3rd at the Agora, and I'll hand those off after the break.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
I don't know what's going on with all these people that want to assassinate Trump, but luckily they spotted this latest guy on the golf course before he could take a shot.
Yeah, Secret Service is always like one hole ahead of Trump. That's how they saw him.
That's how it'd have to be a Diddy at a freak-off. Always one hole ahead of Diddy.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Sarah Spain with iHeart Women's Sports, presented by Capital One. On the final night of the WNBA's regular season, the Atlanta Dream beat the New York Liberty 78-67 to clinch the 8th and final spot in the playoffs. Their reward is a first-round meeting with that same New York team. The Liberty had nothing to play for Thursday night and acquiesced early. They're saving it for the postseason. They're the number 1 seed. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
With the Venture X card from Capital One, you earn unlimited 2x miles on everything you buy. Plus, get access to over 1,300 airport lounges. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Raising Cane's, marinated and hand-battered chicken fingers served fresh and hot. One love.
Hey there, it's Alan for Classic Volkswagen in Menor. You know, they are always dedicated to exceeding your expectations. Always do it. Right now, they're offering 0% APR for 60 months. Want to get yourself one of those 2024 Volkswagen Tiguans. Great ride. Lots of room inside. Really sharp ride. They got over 30 of them in stock waiting for you today. You'll find the perfect ride at Classic VW in Menor. Available on new, unused 2024 Tiguan models, financed by Volkswagen Credit through participating dealers. Not all customers will qualify for credit approval or advertised APR. Offer ends October 31st, 2024.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like Classic Hard Rock. Just search Classic Hard Rock and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
It's Jeff Kinsbach with the best Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, the Ram Power Days sales event is this month.
Over 500 new vehicles. Take your pick and save.
You have an amazing example.
2024 Ram 1500 Bighorn, $12,000 off MSRP. And lease for only $479 a month, 42 months. Only $479 due at signing. No security deposit. 25 cents per mile over 42,000.
Simple and straightforward. Experience the difference at Claiborne.
Navigating mental health insurance benefits can be overwhelming, but you don't have to do it alone. The Mental Health Insurance Assistance Office is here to guide you. Our expert team will help you connect with your health insurance plan to understand available behavioral health benefits. Say goodbye to frustration and hello to control over your mental well-being. Call 855-438-6442 today.
Hi, this is Chris Marhofer from Ron Marhofer Chevrolet. Looking for an upgrade? Now is a perfect time. We've got an amazing lineup of over 500 vehicles available. We're about giving you options and saving you time and money. Right now, get a new Equinox for as low as $299 a month for 24 months. Visit us in Stowe or shop online at ronmarhoferchevy.com. Experience the Marhofer difference. Let's drive together at Ron Marhofer Chevy.
25 Equinox for $299 a month for 24 months. $29.95 due at signing. $10K per year plus taxes and fees. MSRP of $31.80. Must have qualifying credit. Take delivery by 9/30/24.
$500 attempted purchase on plane tickets. What?
Did you know Dollar Bank checking accounts have features to help protect your card from fraud?
Seriously?
You'll get a text when there's suspicious activity with your card. Plus, you can set up real-time alerts on card activity, card controls, or even turn that card off if you need to.
Nice. Thanks for looking out.
You can do what you need at Dollar Bank, your local community bank. Make an appointment at your nearby Dollar Bank office today at dollar.bank/getchecking. Dollar Bank. Let's get you there. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
The Hollywood Reporter and iHeartRadio invite you to the party of the year in Los Angeles with the biggest stars and social influencers. Go to iHeart.com/creatorsparty to enter for the chance for you and a friend to win an all-inclusive trip to the Hollywood Reporter's Creators A-List Party on October 10th, and go to THR.com for all your entertainment news.
We wear them on our sleeves. We pour them out. Hearts are important. And we at Cleveland Clinic put all of ours into your cardiovascular care. From life-saving procedures and research to preventative treatments that keep your heart in top shape. The future of heart care is right here in Ohio. For every test and transplant, for every heart, for every care in the world. Get the care you need when and where you need it. Cleveland Clinic.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Check it out, the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence. At Verizon, you can get it when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands.
Any?
Any.
Even if it's 4 years old?
Yeah.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk?
Yep.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk, then a scooter runs it over, so now it's not just old and cracked, but shattered?
With Verizon, the answer is always yes. New and existing customers can trade in any phone from one of our top brands in any condition for the new iPhone 16 Pro with unlimited Ultimate. Trade-in terms apply. See Verizon.com for details. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
You know about courage? I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You want an easy way to feed your friends? You get a Jersey Mike's catering box. You want an exciting radio idea? You get me. Like this. There's a Jersey Mike's catering box off the coast of Corsica that needs rescuing. Me and a team of mercenaries go in, barrel rolling past the sleeping guard, and we find the catering box in a secret bunker. I say, men, let's get these 12 subs home. But they're already eating them. That's the problem with mercenaries. You can't trust them. The Jersey Mike's catering box, a sub above.
Hey there, what's for dinner tonight? Takeout again. Remember your last order. Soggy fries with a side of $12 fees, plus the 1-hour delivery time? You can do better. Get Factor's fresh, chef-crafted meals delivered right to your door, all ready in just 2 minutes. Try a mouth-watering shredded chicken taco bowl or creamy tomato and goat cheese chicken cavatappi. I know what you're thinking. Could dinner really be this easy? With Factor, it's always this easy. Factor. Fresh, never frozen meals in 2 minutes.
The Cleveland Guardians hit the field tonight at 7:30.
Go. Base hit. Book it.
We'll get you ready for tonight's matchup on Guardians Live. Then catch all the action with Matt, Rick, and Andre on Bally Sports and stream in the Bally Sports app.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text LIKE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text LIKE to 42424. That's LIKE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's getting harder and harder to find great food at a reasonable price. Why settle for a smaller version of the real thing just to make it affordable? With Popeye's 3 for $5 special, you get the same great signature chicken we always serve. Crispy, juicy, hand-breaded chicken tossed in Louisiana spices and cooked to perfection. Don't settle for a mini meal. Come into Popeye's today and get 3 pieces of our signature chicken for just $5.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, terms apply.
Check it out, the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence and camera control for easy access. At Verizon, you can get it when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands.
Any?
Any.
Even if it's 4 years old?
Yeah.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk?
Yep.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk, then a scooter runs it over, so now it's not just old and cracked, but shattered?
With Verizon, the answer is always yes. New and existing customers can trade in any phone from one of our top brands in any condition for the new iPhone 16 Pro with unlimited Ultimate. Trade-in terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Name calling, pushing, ignoring, whispering, throwing things. Bullying is very much alive in school.
Students with learning and thinking differences are 31% more likely to be bullied. Some kids are wired differently, but all kids can thrive with the right support. Talk with your child's educators to prevent bullying. Not sure how? Understood.org's In It podcast has the right info to get started. Visit understood.org to learn more.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
All right, you want to go see the Black Dahlia murder from Detroit, Michigan? MMS in 2 hours to midnight. Our metal show presents the Beg to Serve tour. This is just a couple of weeks away. It's Thursday night, October 3rd at the world-famous Agora, bringing a bunch of heavy bands with them. You'll get my last pair of tickets right here, so good luck. AgoraCleveland.com for any and all details on all those shows they've got coming through. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
You guys are a bunch of morons, and I love it.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, comedian Derek Kahill is here. We haven't met. We've talked on Instagram a few times, and I don't know that I've ever had a comedian slash chocolatier on the show.
guy, dude.
Comedian slash chocolatier. If you put them in that order, you might not. You might be chocolatier slash comedian.
The two of them.
So your story is interesting to me. You got about 1 million people watching you over there on TikTok.
Yeah.
And how did you're from Boston? Is that where you're from?
Originally, yeah.
Okay, and where do you live now?
Dallas.
You live in Dallas?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how do you find that? Was that a family thing? Was that a work thing?
No, I've lived a bunch of different lives. In one of my lives, I was a VP of sales in corporate America.
Right.
And they moved me out to Dallas, and that's where I settled the family.
Oh, you were transferred to Dallas?
Oh, yeah, I moved to Dallas for work.
VP of sales of what?
I worked for a tech company that sold information, like insights and information.
Yeah.
I really sold it.
We've worked together then.
Yeah, exactly.
Derek is doing a show tomorrow at the Funny Bone here in Cleveland. It's tomorrow afternoon. This is a matinee show. Yeah, this is a 3:30 show, and I don't know that there are many tickets still remaining because a lot of people, I think, are very excited to see you do this. Explain to people, kind of give me the trajectory here of going from that. And I don't know where the chocolate thing comes in, but the comedian thing, explain it to me.
Yeah.
Because the material itself is very funny. That's kind of what caught my eye. I think you randomly popped up.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that,
and then we kind of
man.
started chatting. But, I mean, it's fun. It's very funny to me.
Yeah, so I started doing comedy like 16 years ago.
Yeah.
Open mics I lived in Southwest Florida for a while, so I was doing open mics down there, just the grind of comedy down there.
Yeah.
And I met my wife. We had a baby, and I was like, man, I got to go get a big boy job now.
She's a Floridian.
You
met her in Florida.
I met her in Florida. We've been together now 11 years. And, I just gave up. Back then, I didn't think I could do multiple things. I didn't think I could still have a hobby I pursued while making money in corporate America.
Yeah.
So I'd been in sales for a while, ended up joining up with a corporate company. Joined as just an individual contributor, and for the next 5 years, I completely quit comedy. I didn't make videos, I wasn't writing, wasn't performing, nothing. And I had everything I wanted. I always thought, money, that's the key to happiness. And then you finally get it.
It helps.
Everything?
No, it helps. I didn't
does
say
help.
I wasn't always unhappy.
Yeah, right.
But, I hated my life, dude. Like, everything felt like it was just unwinding. I wasn't happy going to work, and I just quit. And about a year prior to that moment, my wife and I just randomly started a little side hustle chocolate company.
Yeah.
That, kept growing and growing and growing.
It blew up. So was the unhappiness kind of it was a combination of just that grind that you describe and feeling like you left the creative stuff behind?
Yeah.
The stand-up behind and all that.
I think what I found was when I started doing creative stuff again, I realized what I was missing.
Right.
But it was also just this realization, like, how much of my soul am I willing to sell for money? And doing corporate America, dude, it was selling like 99% of it.
Isn't it crazy that some people, like, they will get into that selling their soul for money and then be like, this is it.
Dude,
like,
I know. Dude.
They're like, I'm here, baby.
Well, it's, as I kept climbing the ladder, when I was entry level, which was still making all right money, I was enamored by the money. Like, that's what kept me pushing. I was like, oh, dude, if I get a promotion, it's 50K more, 100K more. Then I get to the highest level I'd ever gotten to in sales, and I'm surrounded by idiots. I'm surrounded by people I have no intent of becoming.
Whereas in comedy...
Yeah, exactly.
They're all so smart.
Rocket scientists and No, but there's a lot of people, there's a lot of people in every area failing upward in corporate America. Comedy's a little bit more democratic than that. Like, you're either funny or you're not.
Yes.
But also, like, that story of corporate America, if you remember who Wayne Cotter was, it was a long time ago. But, like, Gaffigan was a guy who kind of came up in corporate America. And now it seems like we're kind of in a golden age of corporations who really need creative people because of TikTok and social media and all that kind of stuff. Whereas before, you had to pick one or the other.
Yeah.
And so that probably to some degree informed where you are now.
Yeah, I'm a little too edgy to go back to corporate America now.
Right,
I think if I was thinking about it the other day, it's like, oh man, I hope I don't ever have to go get a job. They'd be like, are you this guy from the internet? We can't have you here.
Canceled immediately.
Shave your beard and you'd be like, a different guy.
But a lot of your stuff is about being a dad and being a husband and that kind of stuff, which is obviously, it's not universal, but a lot of people, man, feel that in the gut.
Yeah, it just resonates, because that's all I do, man. Even my social media stuff, like there's a lot of people that will try to, game the algorithm and, we post at 8 p.m. and this. I've never paid any attention to that. Just like if I have a story to tell, I get on, I tell the story, I bare minimum edit it, and I click post.
Well, I was going to say, because social media now is a new kind of grind. For people who are like, oh my God, that pressure to, like you said, game the algorithm or figure out the best way to do it. And then right when you figure that out, the platform goes, hey, we're not going to do it like that anymore. So I never envy people who are only making money on social media.
Well, it's really hard to make money on social media, man. I think that's why you see a lot of people like now, a lot of creators that weren't comedians are now comedians, like trying to monetize their following to go out and do comedy. And it's not easy.
It's not easy. I mean, even we kind of had a bubble burst on that where there was a lot of people coming out of the pandemic that were selling a ton of tickets. People go out to see them one time, they're like, oh, all right.
Yeah.
And then they don't go back to see them the second time, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, I thought I was doing theaters, and now I'm back to doing Wednesdays at a club.
Yeah, or Saturdays at 3:30 p.m.
Yeah, but hey, you're still on your way up though, so you're doing good. But but there's definitely people that have they had that bubble burst, and now it's kind of evening out again.
Was the chocolate thing you and your wife? You guys saying, let's try, I mean, how was that born? The company's called Wicked Chocolate.
Wicked Bold, and it's actually on its way out now as well. That's sunsetting probably this year.
Oh, it is really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I thought it really blew up for a while.
We were crushing it. But the thing is, I'm a real big shoot first, ask questions last kind of mover.
See, yeah.
So, I mean, we literally started Wicked Bold. I don't believe in roadblocks. It's like, I'm going to just go make it happen. I really think I could do whatever I want if I just dedicate my time to it. So we started a chocolate company. We started making it in our kitchen, started doing it at farmers markets, and I wanted it to be affordable, so we made it $3.99 a bag. And then next thing you know, I'm corporate sales. Like, my life has been sales. The best thing I was for Wicked Bold was growing it. So I got us into Whole Foods, Walmart, Sprouts. We were in 2,000 stores at one point. But what I'm not good at is putting on a tie and raising money and selling myself as the next best thing in food.
The financing is the
I could never go raise money. Yeah. And we were doing all right. We our best year, we did almost $1 million in revenue. As no employees. It was always just me and my wife.
Yeah.
That's insane. To be in 2,000 stores and producing that much.
Yeah, well, it was the big one for us. We launched 1,200 Walmart stores, and I told Walmart, I was like, listen, dude, I'll take this, but we will be one mistake away from going out of business. Yeah. And they didn't care. They were like, all right, cool. Yeah. So you're going to sell it to us?
Yeah.
And we had that. We had one mistake happen. Yeah. We had the one mistake happen, and it just was catastrophic.
And so what was that?
It kind of pisses me off because it wasn't my fault.
Yeah.
It
was it white chocolate?
Yeah.
Was that the mistake?
Created a rift in our system. We had to go out from making it ourselves to make that much chocolate. So we used a co-packer in San Diego, which is they were a chocolate company that had more capabilities than us. And they went out of business on us like overnight. Ooh. They kept asking me for more and more money deposited.
Yeah.
And they hadn't made the chocolate yet for like our third run. And
like, like a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, it kind of was because they were cool people. It was a mother and a son company, and I went out, I flew out, I met them twice. Everything seemed above board, and then they asked me for extra money once, and I was like, dude, I've already given you as like an extra $25,000. I can't do anymore. The next day, they shut down their business.
Wow.
So it ended up costing us like $150,000 when it was all said and done to like truck all of our stuff to
I'm
a
having
new.
a panic attack just here.
I know, right? Yeah.
I'll tell you, man. I actually recorded a few like just I've never shown anyone them just self-recorded videos of me just going like, what am I gonna do? And I ended up getting through it. We lived.
Yeah.
But we didn't have enough money to go catastrophically grow out of it.
Right.
You know, for us to overcome $150,000 of a deficit, we would have had to go do $2 million in sales.
Right. When it's just the two of you still, yeah.
So it just killed us. We still have a little bit of inventory left, and the internet's doing a really good job buying it up from us. And
I was going to say, it's not like you're going to be sitting on it for that long, but it's not where it was before, I guess. So does that, to some degree, does that end your entrepreneurial spirit? I mean,
no, I've always been a side hustler. Like I've always started little things here and there, but now what I'm seeing is this journey. I used to think that I just loved starting businesses. Like you give it to me, I love starting it. But what I've learned after starting, 6 or 7 things, I do love business, but I want to do something that I love, which is me now. Like my comedy and my merch. It's like I kind of feel like I'm entrepreneuring me now.
Yeah,
which
I understand.
What's your merch?
I can't say it on the air, but it's F This House is what I do on TikTok and Instagram.
Right.
That's like the big merch mover.
Yeah.
I just did carpenter pencils and T-shirts and stuff.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's fun. That's different too. Carpenter pencils, like
it was just because I mean I do a lot of just I hate it personally. I hate working on my house, but the internet
also,
loves it.
Yeah. If you make it entertaining, turn into content, makes it enjoyable for a little bit, and then you hate it even more.
It's crazy. The internet works in really crazy ways with like the algorithm and what they're going to feed to people. It's really up and down.
Mm-hmm.
For the longest time, my content about kids was like, if anyone walked up to me on the street, it was like, oh, dude, you're the TikTok dad. Yeah. And now the last several months, it's like, oh, you're the house guy.
Yeah.
But this one's really interesting. I've had like 15 production companies hit me up wanting to make a TV show out of the stuff that I do on TikTok.
Right, like a guy who's having a hard time with his house, and like a this old house for people that barely know what they're doing.
Real life, home construction stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Hitting your thumb with a hammer and that kind of stuff.
You're ruining your house.
Right.
Just wanting to save the money, and then it's like,
we want to do a show about you ruining your house. Derek Kahill is doing one show tomorrow afternoon at the Cleveland Funny Bone. It's a 3:30 show. You can find him on the Cleveland Funny Bone website there and buy tickets if you want. This is your first headlining run, yeah?
It is, yeah.
This is the Toxic Papa Tour. Is that what it's called?
Toxic Papa Tour, yeah. I talk quite a bit about raising kids this one.
How many kids?
3.
And they're little?
No, I have a 15-year-old.
Oh, you do really?
Yeah, an 8-year-old and a 3-year-old.
Yeah. I have one that just left college. I have another one who is a junior in college, and I have a 3rd grader.
Oh, wow.
So I'm
quite
like
the spread.
Both ends of the spectrum. I'm still running around chasing little ones. But the themes are going to be the same, right? I mean, irrespective of how old some of these kids are, if you have children, these are things that people understand.
Oh, even if they're older, you can remember them. If they're not quite there, it's something to look forward to.
Yeah. Right, yeah. Now, but since you're going out, is it a shift in the dynamic of how things normally work because you're gone and they're at home? I mean, that's a transition that kids aren't always either down with or they don't get it or,
Yeah, my 3-year-old.
So a long time you were just around, I assume.
Yeah, no, I quit my last job in 2022 and I've been doing just my own stuff for the last couple of years. So I've been home a lot, which has been super cool. My 3-year-old knows. He's like, "You gonna go do a comedy show?" I don't know if he knows what that is. He just
knows it means you're not home.
I'm gonna not be around.
Yeah.
It's ebbs and flows. Like this stint that I'm on right now. Tomorrow's my last show of like a 10-day run, and I was home for like 17 hours in the middle. That's tough to be gone that long because like my wife is handling school and jujitsu and math and football and she does roller derby, so it's a lot for her to take on while I'm gone.
So where were you just as we talk about the trajectory of all the things that you've done? I'm curious where you were in that when the pandemic hit. Were you in a spot where you're like, we'll be all right or whatever?
Financially?
Well, just creatively, and were you still doing the corporate thing or were you transitioning into something else?
When the pandemic hit, I was in like the midst of quitting. Like, I think I'd already acknowledged, like, I had my own one and only panic attack ever. I was in the bathtub of all, like, the most serene place you could be, and I like, couldn't breathe. And I just took that as a cue of, like, something's got to change.
Right.
And that was, I think, right before the pandemic hit. Then the pandemic hit. I ended up working there for another, like, 5 or 6 months, and then I left. And content, I started randomly posting, I think, right before the pandemic hit, just random, funny, whatever I thought was funny videos would post up. And the last couple of years, it's just kept growing.
And so it really was just kind of, obviously there's a lot of effort put into it, but content-wise and what resonated with people, it sounds like you kind of did fall ass backwards into people really liking just what you were naturally doing.
We can say ass here. I've been holding that back the whole time.
Yeah.
Ass and bitch are fine.
Okay. Okay. Well, give me more. Give me more.
Especially if you're talking about a specific woman. No.
Yeah. No, I did, man. I think that's part of. I don't think I could ever replicate this for anyone. Because it's just been by accident. Like, people, it's cool. They just like me, which is this journey I've been on the last few years of, like, I don't want to do things for other people anymore.
Yeah.
Like, be a different person so you and you and you like me. It's like, I just want to be me.
Yeah.
And it's been cool to see people show up for that.
Well, especially now, it's impossible to do what you think people will like.
Exactly.
Like, I always think of, whether it's this or social media or whatever, I always think of, like, your audience will find you. And if they dig what you're doing, I mean, because if you try, it's the human version of trying to game the algorithm. If you're trying to do stuff that you think people will like, you might get some people, but the rest of them go, I don't know what this is.
And it's hard as a creator, and especially as a comedian, because when you do these things, you want the attention. Like, it's an outcome of what you do. If you get on stage, of course, a byproduct of success is a room full of people that paid to come see you.
Yeah.
On social media, it's views and comments and likes. And one of the first videos I posted that went viral was in early 2021. I was just randomly returning a car to Enterprise, and no one was answering their phones. So I had 1,000 followers on TikTok at the time. I answer the phone, and I'm helping the customer, and I thought it was funny. I started recording it, chopped it up, posted it on TikTok, and it got like 25 million views.
Well, I was going to ask, what's the one that blew up?
So, but it's funny when you think about blowing up. Like, it's not like, we see the Hawk Tuah girl right now. Like, blow up, she's like all over the place. I've had a bunch of videos pop up, but it's always... It's just like, no, all right, let's get right back to normal, though.
Yes.
All right, everyone stay seated.
Bill's had that. Mary, who's also on her show, has had that, where you'll get one that's like 3 million views, and the next week it's like a couple thousand.
Yeah, it goes back to normal.
Yeah.
Right, but I think...
Finding that consistency is tough. And, like, finding the people that will engage with the regular posts, not just the ones that get big.
Yeah.
And that's
and I have
that's
that
the
now.
key.
You know, I've built enough of a following and a good fan base where I do have a lot of good consistency with the stuff I post on Instagram and TikTok. But I'm also really fortunate that I found this later in life because it messes with your head like quite a bit, dude. Like, so that video that popped off, the next 2 weeks you have, your follow-up videos. Everyone has quote, what happened next? What did the manager say? And I had to really come to terms because, like, I didn't want to be that guy. I didn't want to be the guy that then goes to Walmart and answers phone.
Right, that's your new bit.
Yeah, that's the shtick, because that's what people do on the internet. They find something that works and they never stop doing it.
What they call micro niches or whatever.
Yeah, and if I was 24, I may have done that. I may have been like, oh, well, this is what the people want. But I'm sitting there, I was 30 at the time. I had 2 kids at the time. I was like, I'm not freaking going to stores answering phones for people. And I had to literally ignore something that could get views to just keep doing the stuff I liked. And I said that to myself. I was like, dude, listen, if they like you, they'll find another video that you do, and they'll like what I do next.
Well, that's like with stuff that I've had that's done well is I'm a step parent, I'm ex-Mormon, and one of my kids is trans. And like those videos have done well.
That's a lot of boxes.
But I also don't want that to just be like, I don't want to just have every bit that I do be about my son being trans. Because that's like not even really my story to tell. It's more for him. So like, I like that people hear that story and it is helpful, but I don't want to just
make it your
be
identity.
That. I also don't want to like sell merch that's like ex-Mormon comedian guy like that. Like the reason I left the church is because I don't want to be part of it. Like, I don't want to talk about it.
It's like when you have your dinosaur phase when you're 3 and your grandmother gets you dinosaurs until you're
30. 45 years old getting dino socks in the mail. I know how much you love your Tyrannosauruses.
Yeah, they're tiny arms. You love it. Derek Kahill, find him on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok, and you will be one of many, many, many people watching his stuff. He is doing one show tomorrow afternoon. It's very close to being sold out if it's not already. Derek Kahill is at the Cleveland Funny Bone tomorrow afternoon. That is a 3:30 show, doors an hour prior. And it was good to meet you, man. Good luck out there, and thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, guys.
Absolutely. All right, let me take a break. 35192. Want to text me for anything, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
We're just hours away from our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
The biggest headliners in live music will be taking over T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas, tonight and tomorrow.
Limited seats still available at AXS.com.
Don't miss Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Dua Lipa, Gwen Stefani, Halsey, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, The Weeknd, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet, and a special performance by Coldplay's Chris Martin.
Plus, some special surprises and moments you are not going to want to miss.
Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Stream only on Hulu.
And listen on iHeartRadio.
Tonight and tomorrow, starting at 10:30 p.m.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of the 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Sunshine today with a few high clouds, mid-80s for highs. Tonight, warm and muggy with lows near 70 and a chance of showers and thunder. Saturday becoming sunny with highs in the low 80s.
This report is sponsored by Behavioral Health Appreciation.
To write what you know, which is why he remains unpublished.
How can you know nothing about anything?
Alan Cox.
That hack knows absolutely nothing.
On 100.7 WMMS.
This is what I play to lure the old women into my lair. I have a lair.
You have a lair? Dude, let me tell you something. You are a good
Stop
looking.
it.
Listen to me.
Look at you.
I'm gonna say no. Look at you. No, look at you.
Look at you.
No, look at you.
I'm gonna look at you. You look at me.
I'll look at you, and then we both look at Bill. Let's
Yeah.
both look at Bill.
Oh, both look at Bill. There he is.
You are, dude. You go. Oh, I mean, so many people could fall in love with you.
I go hard, don't I?
Buddy, I am. Hello.
That's when he starts talking. That's when
Listen,
he starts losing them.
I know. When Robert Kelly walks into a room, you can see him, you can smell him, you smell like $1 million.
Yeah, Savage.
And look at you. Savage. Is that what it is? The Johnny Depp cologne?
It's the Johnny Depp vehicle into cologne.
Is it Dior? What is Savage? Is it Dior?
I don't know, but
I see the ads and I always go, I would love to know what that smells like. And unless you're kidding, now I know.
I went to the lady, I go, I want something that will make a young girl say, I want to lick you.
Mm-hmm.
And
has it worked?
No, she gave me a gym membership and said, why don't you get gastric sleeve surgery? So I did. And
It's
then
not
I
your
got
smell.
Savage.
Yeah.
Is that what you did to get skinny? Did you have the sleeve?
I did, man. I got
because I know you lost it like this was pre-Ozempic, so I knew it wasn't.
Yeah,
bad,
Ozempic
but,
came out like 3 months later.
You were like, great.
What?
You couldn't give me a heads up?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it really pissed me off. Yeah, I got it like 2 years ago. And I didn't tell anybody either because I was in the closet with it. I just, you know what I mean?
Right.
Because I'm watching videos of Rogan and Marky Mark, dude, 5 a.m, Kevin Hart. You got to get at it.
Yeah.
And I tried, and I just couldn't get at it, dude.
That's why I always think that okay, maybe Mark Wahlberg, but these guys who were like, I get up at 2 a.m. No, you don't.
They do, but they have 17 people waking them up.
Yeah, that's true.
I have no friends.
Right.
I have a wife that barely likes me, snores, and has menopause.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
You have no friends that are going to be up that early. Like,
yeah.
Like, I wouldn't be like, come on, Bobby, get up. I'd be like, are you sleeping in? I'm sleeping in. I'm just sleeping.
Yeah, but we go get breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only friends that I have up that late are coming back in from dirty stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. It's. I had to do it. I did it. I was walking around with this secret for a long time. I felt like I was gay. Guys are like, what are you doing, dude? I'm like, whatever. Calories in, calories out.
Yeah.
It's so funny, though. One of my friends, I have all these dudes at cigar lounges, and they were like, dude, what are you doing? Because I was losing weight dramatically.
Yes.
And I was lying, hey, man, I'm just trying, keto and blah, blah, blah. But then I finally had to tell them.
So what precipitated you saying, okay, fine, it was this?
I don't know what that precipitated means, but I'm thinking.
It was raining in your house.
Before.
It started raining in your house. And then, yeah, right. You were raining information on people.
Wow, that was a real move on your part.
I know.
Get it. You're in that chair. I'm in this chair. I'm leaving in 20 minutes.
Yes. Weather puns. Welcome.
No, yeah, it was. I was going to die, man. They actually tried to get me on Ozempic years ago when it first came out for diabetes.
Diabetes medication.
I was the lady was like, "You're pre-diabetic." I was like, "Listen, I can't. I do not want to shoot a needle in my stomach.
Yeah.
I just don't want to do it. I don't know what it is." So I tried and I tried. I lose 20, gain 30. Lose 30, gain 40. It was past the point of I needed my stomach to go. I went to rehab 38 years ago, right? I went away for 14 months for drugs and alcohol. I was away, but you can't do that with food, like that addiction. You have to live life. I got a family. I got to pay bills. I got to go on the road.
Right.
So I was like, my stomach can go to rehab, go away.
Yeah.
And I can go live my life. So my stomach's on rehab for 2 years, and I can learn to, like I did with alcohol, I can learn how to live life and not be, such a savage with food. So
But you had to be forced to learn because some people eat their way past that sleeve.
Yeah, well, that's the problem is that after 2 years, you can eat again. Okay. After a year and a half, you can start eating more.
Because in the beginning, it's like you're counting your grains of rice, aren't you?
Oh, buddy.
You don't want them blowing up in your tummy.
Oh, you dump. It's called dumping. Oh, dude, I used to dump intentionally just to embarrass my wife. Because if you eat too much too fast,
Yeah.
like a cat, I'm gonna dump. She's like, don't do it here. I'm like, and just grab a coffee cup, and just a little ball of
something. Yeah,
just a ball of dried chicken would come out of my mouth, and I'm like, sorry everybody, I was terrible. I used to embarrass her all the time. So yeah, you couldn't, but now I can eat more, but because I just stop. F food, man. I don't care. I don't care. Where are we going for dinner? I don't care.
Everybody gives me a hard time because of how I eat.
How do you eat?
He's over food on his own, though.
I drink my
he
salads.
didn't go through all this. He drinks salads.
What?
He doesn't like butter. He doesn't like.
Oh, you know who I talked to who also drinks my salads? Reggie Watts. We're on the Squeezy salad train, by the way. It's this company that makes basically like little kitty pouches, but it's vegetables, right?
Okay.
And I go, listen, my wife and we go have dinner somewhere, I'm gonna eat. But day to day, when I'm in here and I'm doing my thing, I will squeeze a salad into my mouth and I'll be done with it.
Grossest act out I've ever seen.
You didn't like that?
No, you went and you squeezed.
I'm gonna dump.
Yeah.
No, dude, I get it.
I eat for maintenance.
I get it. Like I try. I don't care. My whole thing. I mean, I used to come to Cleveland. I used to where are we going? I had my own food show in Cleveland last time I was here. Yeah, it's just like I don't care. But I could go and have a half a sandwich. I'm done. I throw out the other half.
Yeah.
I don't care about it. I used to be so guilty pushing my food away and be like, you want to take that? Yeah. I don't.
Especially since portions are so big in places.
Dude, it's ridiculous.
It's weird.
I split food with my wife a lot.
Yeah.
We split. I'm that guy. You want to split something? So we'll get a Caesar salad, and then we'll split a filet. 6 ounces, not 8. Who needs that?
Who needs all that?
Oh, dude, I'm so silly with that stuff. But I don't care. My kid, he's 11. He gets the big steak.
Yeah.
I get the little piece of steak, and I'm out. I eat, and I try to be aware of my food, and then I'm done. I push it away, and I walk away. Every once in a while, though, dude, butter is my thing, though. I just moved to a new town. They have one of those bakeries, the lesbian bakeries, which I think should be in every town, by the way.
I agree.
Yeah, dude. When you show up, if there's a bad town and the lesbian bakery opens up, it's going to be good soon.
Yeah.
Buy real estate, get some land, because it's coming back. Oh, my God. And there's one of my, dude, that's my Achilles. But I found out
lesbians or lesbian bakeries?
Lesbians, both. But they have to be together.
Yeah, right.
I love a hairy shin.
They can't. They can't just be friends.
I like butter on an elbow. They can bite and not hurt anybody. I'll go there. The baguette. I said baguette.
Yeah.
It's you gotta be careful here.
Yeah.
On terrestrial radio.
I love breads, but like in rich flour, I don't eat. I eat real flour. I went to Europe for a month. I lost 5 pounds.
I was going to say, when you travel overseas, you're like, nobody here's walking around fat, and they're eating amazing food.
No preservatives, the butter is real, everything is real.
They're pulling the tomatoes out of the garden, and
they get stuff for 2 days. Their fridges are real small because they're eating it and they're going to get more stuff. So I just kind of took that, and I don't have, if I have rice, it's non-enriched, it's jasmine, I'll have a little bit. I just figured out the food in our country is poisoned because they want a super Stop and Shop and they want it to last for 6 months. So I figured out what foods to eat, the ones that I like that I can have without, and I just eat a little bit of it. So
what do they always say? Shop the perimeter of the grocery store.
Yeah.
Right? Well, I mean that's easier said than done. But
yeah, dude, I love it now because I was literally on death's door.
Yeah,
a lot of nights my feet felt wet. I would eat.
And a lot of other nights, other people's feet felt wet, and I didn't understand that
now
either.
I'm like thinking, all right, do my feet feel wet?
Oh my God, my socks are moist.
I was
my
big.
My butt's a little wet, but
wow.
I still have that.
Yeah.
I still have that.
You're still a man.
Yeah, and it's. I love being able to we just showed him 2 years ago, I went on one of those spinny rides at the carnival.
Yeah.
You sit.
Centrifuge thing or whatever.
I sat on the wrong side.
Yeah.
And I almost murdered my son. Legitimately, I just heard him going, Dad, please, please. And I was like, I can't. I couldn't pull myself. I was 360, about to smush a 9-year-old, crush his ribs in a carnival, right? And last night we went on, and I sat on the big side. He almost crushed me.
He had to hold you down.
He's 11, and he's got the same foot size as me. He's same pants. His hands are bigger than mine.
Now, are his feet wet?
His feet, no.
Oh, but bone dry,
right? No, he's going to be a big kid. And, I mean, he's a man.
Yeah.
Like, let's put it this way. We were changing we went to a water park, and we had to go in the thing and change, and we were both.
Yeah.
Right? And he's like, Dad, why is yours so small? And I was like,
shut up.
I was like, Bill, I swear to God, I was like, it gets bigger. And I was like, watch, Panama. I was like, it's a grower, not a shower.
Yeah,
man.
that's right. The legendary case of grower v. shower.
You have a kid? You have kids, right?
I have 3. I have a 24-year-old, I have a 20-year-old, and I have an 8-year-old.
Oh, my God. So you spanned it.
I did.
Yeah. You did it young.
Multiple wives.
You would have been done.
I was almost out.
You were out.
Yeah, my youngest brother was a grandfather at 39. I didn't do that, but yeah, I was. So I have my son just graduated college. Well, he's about to. He's already working.
Wow.
My daughter's a junior, and my other daughter is a 3rd grader. Yeah.
Wow. So you're going through.
I'm an old dad.
You're a lifer. You're a lifer parent.
I mean, it keeps you running around. All the cliches are kind of true. They're like keeps you running around.
All of them are.
Yeah.
It's I mean, he's starting to be a man now. Like, he came home from school the other day.
Starting to stink.
Yeah, he smells.
Yeah.
He stinks. He doesn't know he stinks. He goes out. We left him in the house by himself.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful feeling. Like, to leave a kid alone by himself.
And not worry that he was going to burn the place down or
Well,
that he was going to hurt himself or what.
Well, I wasn't worried. I didn't care.
Oh.
I think it was more that.
It wasn't concern. It was complete and utter apathy about his well-being.
I've known him for 11 years. I think that's a long time.
We had a good run.
That's enough.
Yeah.
I mean, we had some nice times.
Yeah.
It's pretty much downhill from there until he's like 28, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, until I need him again. Yeah.
If we need to part company now, I'd walk away feeling okay.
I think we have more better memories than not, right?
Right, yes. You kind of have to ride out those middle years until they're an adult, and they start to look at you and go, oh, now I get what you were saying with all that life sucks stuff. Now I understand.
Everybody says that. From like 13 until 20-something, he's not going to like me.
No. It's just a gauntlet you got to run through, and that's part. Like my older kids, my ex-wife and I got divorced when they were real little.
Right.
So I saw them all the time, but I was like, I was either on the air in Cleveland or I was living in Chicago or Pittsburgh or whatever. And so it was like they didn't see me every day. They didn't grow up with me, but I saw them all the time. So ironically, there's things I'm doing with my 8-year-old that I never did before.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't the day-to-day guy.
Right.
So now it's strange. I mean, I'm 53. So I'm an old dad by any measure, but I'm doing all these things. You know, I taught my daughter how to ride a bike. Yeah. I had never done that before, and I got 2 older kids. So that's kind of weird.
I'm 53 too.
Yeah.
And I'm spending as much time as I can with him. First of all, because I have comedian friends, and they suck. Mm-hmm. Comic friends are the worst. They're just terrible. Because all they want to do is, you want to go do a spot? How about we just...
You mean ones with no kids?
No, one. Yeah, well, a lot of them don't have kids.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of them don't have kids.
But you're not talking about like Gaffigan. You're talking about like, you know...
Who, Gaffigan? Who's that?
Frank Thomas Gaffigan. You've never met him? Yeah, he's
the writer.
Yes.
Didn't even live on a lake somewhere in
sure
Massachusetts?
did. In the woods.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Up in Amherst.
Well, he's a different story, dude. But he's got 19 kids. That's like cult.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And $1 billion. So like he's
that's what I say too. If you have a night nanny, you're not a parent.
Right.
Yeah. If you have
night nanny.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say who. Somebody came into the cellar one night and was like, "Oh, I'm so tired." I'm like, "Why? Up all night?" Yeah. I mean, thank God we got the night nanny to come in. I was like, "What?" Yeah, it's a woman. She comes in and I get to sleep and she takes care of the baby if anything happens.
This was Amy, wasn't it?
No,
okay.
No, but there is a connection. I will admit that. Maybe pay for it. Yeah, I don't like. You have a live-in nanny or a night nanny. If it's not you and your wife or you yourself banging it out with that kid, you ain't a full parent.
Right.
You're rich.
Right.
If you got someone that comes in and does something every day where you can go and take a little nappy poo, because blew me away when I first had the kid. My wife was like, I'm going to go to the store. Can you watch the baby? I was like, yeah, I got no problem. She came back. I wanted to quit, like see if we could give it up for adoption because
right.
I was going to fall asleep, but You can't fall asleep.
Right.
If they don't go to sleep, you don't go to sleep.
Right.
So because they'll die.
Yeah.
They'll just go light something on fire or just fall on a knife. My eyes were shutting. Like when they say, "Oh, when you're getting a baby, get some sleep." No. Don't get sleep. Hang out with Navy SEALs. Learn how to stay up for 37 hours.
Right.
72 hours. You're not going to get sleep. That's what you should learn how to do.
Learn to sleep in 2 inches of water. That'll get you. You think your feet are wet. I remember Navy SEAls, boy, basic training.
I remember the first time when we first got the baby. This is all the stuff they don't tell you either.
When you first bought it from China.
When I first bought it from China, I was just throwing instruments in its hand, hoping it was a prodigy.
It kept falling over on the piano bench, and I couldn't figure it out.
Isn't that funny, though? Because I don't know how women feel, but for me, and I talked to a couple other guy friends, when you first have the baby, you're like, is it? Does it have it? Does it have that thing? You know what I mean? Where it just knows math.
Oh, you hope.
Or knows like every state automatically. You know what I mean? Right. Am I gonna be able to make money off this little sucker?
Yeah.
And I literally was giving him like harmonicas and stuff. I put a piano. I bought him a piano, like at 1, and just put it in his lap, and just maybe he played Beethoven or something. Right? I gave him chess at like 2.
Yeah.
But I just choked on the pieces. You're like, damn it.
Yeah, I just got a bad booger. I got one of those.
You record voice notes of yourself talking and then play it while they sleep.
Dude, I had
learn the guitar.
I put headphones. I made this belt with headphones on it and played classical music in my wife's belly while he was in the belly, thinking I could create a prodigy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. No.
Power suggestion.
Yeah, because you either want a prodigy or you want a regular kid. You don't want the in the middle prodigy, like the kid that can stack cups quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that's a loser. You know,
you end up with Joey Chestnut, who's chugging down hot dogs.
Exactly, dude.
Yeah.
You don't want that kid. But I remember when we first had the kid, we used to play poop roulette. Because I hate poop. I hate it. I'll throw up a dirty puddle. I'll puke.
Yeah.
And when that formula poop, and we would play poop roulette where, it was my turn, then her turn to change the baby. I got pee 4 times in a row.
Yeah.
So we go down, open up the thing, woo, pee. I remember we brought the baby down, opened it up. It was pee. I went, yeah. And right then, projectile vomited on my chest. All that formula. Diarrhea shot out of his butt, hit all my cologne bottles on a shelf. And I went, oh! And then he peed in my mouth.
Yeah. It's like you had a sprinkler going in the house.
My wife laughed so hard she peed. Because you know how those things are after giving birth.
Yep.
There's nothing.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
It's like you're renovating a fireplace.
And you find stuff you didn't know was up there, like a safe.
Hey, that's my grandfather's World War I watch up in there. No, listen.
Is that a Nazi youth knife in there?
This is an SS helmet. Where did that come from? I think the last time you were on the show, it was like a while ago, but my wife was sitting in, and the two of you were kibitzing over the giant turds that will come out of toddlers.
Listen to me, dude.
Our baby, when she was constipated, like we had her on her back, and it was like a Campbell's soup can came out of this kid. I was like, oh my God.
They don't have TikToks.
No.
They have TikToks about ADHD, and if your kid thinks it's, this or that or whatever, they have all these TikToks on everything else except giant turds.
Yeah.
They
come out of 18-month-olds.
Still, we have to, anytime we get a metal coat hanger somewhere, we have to steal it and bring it home. I swear we have to make poop knives.
Yeah.
I've literally perfected the poop knife.
You got to lasso it out of them.
I bend it and use the hook. The hook top is the knife part. You bend that, and then the handle, and you cut it like a Brazilian steakhouse.
Yeah.
And we just moved. I had to get special toilets in to flush.
Just let it suck down those turds.
Buddy, the last one he did came out. It was in the hole and came out like an anaconda.
Yeah, right.
I had to have a talk with...
Like you had a sewer rat coming out or something.
It came out. It was a little tip of it was hanging on the seat. And now he's proud of him. He's like, Dad. I'm like, buddy, I've been making him do it himself. It's so satisfying.
These kinds of acrobatics are not going to get you a girlfriend down the line, by the way.
No.
Your kid's got to know that, too.
That's the thing. It's like, dude, you can't do this over a girl's house.
No.
Or you could. It'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
That'd be a great thing if he
Honey,
did.
look at this coil. This is amazing. I got to take a break here. You hang out? Or
yeah,
I'm
here.
Bobby Kelly is doing Hilarities this weekend with young Bill Squire. And you can go to hilarities.com for all the information, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. This weekend, the Buzzard backs up to the 90s.
Welcome. You've got 90s.
And we're going deep.
Even deeper. Is that all you got?
If you heard it here in the 90s, you'll hear it here this weekend.
I want you to listen to me, and I will say this again. We will not play music from any other decade.
It's nothing but the 90s on 100.7 WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com.
It's Bill. Hey, Dog Pound, dig into Wendy's new Browns Biggie Bundle all season long. With the Browns Biggie Bundle, everyone's a winner. You can score a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior fry, small soft drink, and small frosty for just $7. Here we go, brownies. Get your Browns Biggie Bundle for just $7 from any participating Wendy's for a limited time. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Waffle Doodle on over to Mr. Hero for their new and incredibly delicious BLTE Waffle Doodle. Bacon, lettuce, tomato, a home-style fried egg, and our homemade zesty mayo. You're gonna love it.
Some good food, a waffle doodle, where it's at.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new reimagined Nissan Kicks with an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
It is Ryan Seacrest here. So you know I like to keep my gut happy and healthy, and I do so with the help from Health Aid Kombucha, the deliciously bubbly probiotic tea made with refreshing fruit juice. For a limited time only, you can grab a 6-pack of Health Aid Kombucha at your local Costco to try some of my favorites, like crisp pink lady apple, the nostalgic berry lemonade, and the perfectly tart and tangy passion fruit tangerine. Health Aid Kombucha. Stock up today.
Navigating mental health insurance benefits can be overwhelming, but you don't have to do it alone. The Mental Health Insurance Assistance Office is here to guide you. Our expert team will help you connect with your health insurance plan to understand available behavioral health benefits. Say goodbye to frustration and hello to control over your mental well-being. Call 855-438-6442 today.
What if you could use your money to make money?
Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Nothing can stop away. Can't stop away.
I want to go see the Black Crowes. They were set to open that Aerosmith tour, and then those guys said, that's it. So the Black Crowes going out doing a headlining thing on the Happiness Bastards tour. Happiness Bastards, their first new album in 15 years. The Robinson brothers are pals again, and we all get to benefit. It is 1 week from tonight. Next Friday, the 27th, they'll be out at MGM Northfield Park. You can get my last pair of tickets this week. Ticketmaster.com for all the details. Caller 10, you got 2 for the Black Crowes. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Clevelanders are damn proud of their city.
Cleveland!
But come on, you were born here. He moved here.
This is a man that has endured real torture in a foreign setting.
So who's the real hero?
I would hope people would listen to our heroes.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Black Crowes, by the way, part of the that iHeartRadio Music Festival that is tonight and tomorrow night. I don't know when they're going to be on. It's on Hulu starting at 10:30, but I know that they will be on tonight. They're not playing tomorrow night. Bobby Kelly is here. How about those Patriots?
Wow.
How's about them Pats, baby?
Wow. Wow. Wow.
I know, Whoopsie picked them.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Oh, my God. It must feel good, though, because you couldn't do that for like 20 years.
Well, that's the thing. It's funny. Everybody I know who were like Patriots fans, turns out they were Tom Brady fans.
Wow.
And they ain't flying the flag so hard anymore. And it's
Wow.
like, well, you kind of have to. I mean, I understand it. I get it. I'm a Bears fan. It doesn't matter who we have. We got to be like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm from Boston. You got to love everything.
Yeah.
No matter what. We had a good run, dude.
Yeah.
We had a
incredible
good
run.
We had almost.
And the Celtics won the championship 3 months ago. Like
more
you
than
guys
just
are
about anybody
fine.
ever gets.
I don't, I miss the days of just being the losers, too. I mean, before.
Well, you're back to them.
Okay, thanks. That's nice. Take a sip of water.
Happy days are here again, baby.
All right, thanks. I mean, it stinks. It's just terrible watching them, but you got to watch them. Jets last night, ugh.
Red Sox are good, though. Red Sox are great.
They're all right.
No, I mean, you know.
They're not there going.
I do remember, so when we met, it was like 2007, and like that fall, it was the Indians versus the Red Sox, and I was like we were up 3-1 on you guys, and I was like, enjoy, I was talking crap, and then I remember I was driving home from a gig, and I was like, I had just talked crap because we just won, and you're like, shut up, you're stupid, I hate you, the way we talk.
Yeah.
And then I swerved to miss a deer and like crashed my car. Sorry. And then I was like, well, at least the Indians won. And then the Red Sox ran off 3 games, knocked us out of the playoffs, went to the World Series, won it again.
Yeah, and you had to take the bus.
Yeah. And you're like, how's your car, stupid?
Well, it's funny because after the 2004 greatest comeback in history, I mean, that to me, I'm out.
Right.
I'm out. In my life, the fact that they beat it was all about the Yankees.
For sure.
Red Sox fan, Boston fan, we didn't care about any winning the World Series. Great.
Right.
We needed to beat the Yankees to get to the World Series. The year before that, Aaron Boone, blah, blah, blah. That's where my life was with the Red Sox. That 2004, we're done. It's over. It's great. We don't need anything else as far as that goes. But then the Patriots, though, I mean, that was too much. It's too much.
Yeah.
It's too many. I mean, if you look at the Seahawks game, if you look at the Atlanta game, it's too much for one town to have.
Right, where you guys are just like, oh, all right, okay.
I mean,
the Falcons game, that one still doesn't make sense. Like, you can go back and watch that, and it's all one quarter, and it's so stupid.
It doesn't make sense. It's like they made a deal on the back or something.
Yeah.
And my favorite thing about the Falcons game is the next day watching Falcon fans who It's just the progression of whoa, what the? Oh man, it's getting close. What the hell's going on? Well, I don't have enough money to pay this bet. Just smashing a TV was the greatest videos. I would watch those videos over and over.
That's one of my favorite things when people celebrate a team like the Cowboys being bad. I'm like, I know, I want them to be just good enough that they get to the place. And then I like them smashing the TV. Like, I like those videos, and it's not as satisfying if they're doing it in round one. I want to see them smash a TV in the Super Bowl.
It's not as fun seeing people smash TVs anymore because they're. I mean, you can get a Fire TV for $84.
I was going to say, they're so. It's like when you used to get a Walkman at that end cap at Walgreens. You know what I mean?
I was at Walmart. Like a 55-inch TV is $280.
Yeah,
I'm like, we could do that for a bit on the show.
Back when they were smashing the TVs, because that was like a 3,000
plasma.
Yeah, dude, that was new technology.
Yeah,
that was.
Now you got a stack of them in the garage. You just go grab a new one.
You used to have to like water your TV. You had to like you had to refill the plasma when they first came out.
Yeah, you had to hold it a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have Best Buy put it on the wall for you.
Yep.
I saw a guy walking down the street with a 75-inch Toshiba. You know, it's like, how light is that? It's like an iPhone now. It stinks.
It's like a pad of paper.
The Patriots are great though. I mean, I'm still with them. What are you gonna do? Our new quarterback. You never know. But that was Belichick and Brady.
Yeah.
And Kraft. Together.
Yep.
Trying to win games, and that's what was special about that. Brady didn't get. He was the 15th highest paid quarterback in the league, I believe, or 12th. That's crazy.
Yeah.
He had how many championships, and he wasn't the highest paid quarterback in the league?
But that's because he said, I want you to be able to pay other talent to come in here. And then he's got his money since then, so he's happy about that.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people that, we have a quarterback here that has lawsuits and
he's got a few issues.
Yeah, he's got a few issues.
He's
got the most, he's got the most guaranteed money until just recently.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not out there winning games, but he also doesn't seem like he's all that worried about it because he's got guaranteed money forever.
You know what they say? Mo guaranteed money, mo guaranteed problems. They say that.
I think I have that shirt.
You've heard that, haven't you?
I think I have that half shirt from the 80s.
Yeah. What about the Bruins? Hockey's starting soon. I like hockey. You care about hockey or no?
I love hockey. I'm actually friends with Cam Neely.
Yeah, everybody is in Boston.
Yeah,
you and Dennis.
I do that show every year with him. And listen, man, I like hockey back in the day.
Yes.
When I used to go see Ray Bourque and Neely.
Oh God.
And they would fight.
Yes.
I mean, they don't really.
It was an age of goons.
It was just, dude, to watch. What a sport.
Yeah.
Where the refs let you
fight, beat the piss out of the other guy.
And go cool off for a few minutes.
Yeah. I mean, that was the fun days of hockey for me. When just guys would whip the gloves off.
Yeah.
I always wish I could do that in real life. We walked around with gloves, just whip them off.
Throw them off.
yeah. Just
pull someone's shirt over the back of their head and
I still do that. Yeah. I love that.
Well, you go back further than that, and they were doing that. They were throwing limp white gloves on the ground and demanding duels. So it just, it evolved into that.
I still do that.
Yeah.
That's how I fight.
I demand satisfaction.
I actually almost got killed in New York this year. I got attacked. A guy pulled a knife on me.
Randomly?
No.
Or you pissed a dude off?
No, I kind of I kind of almost bumped into a guy, and he said, just flipped out. Where are you going? He started calling me all these names.
Yeah.
And I walked away, but then we kind of met back up again. He thought I was following him or something. And I was just, they were doing construction, so I had to go his way. He came at me.
Well, your binoculars probably didn't help either when you were staring at him the whole way.
And my nipple tassels. That bothered him. And it had his name on it, which was weird.
Keep an open mind, pal.
That's a coincidence.
Yeah, that was a coincidence. It said
a lot of people named Ricardo.
Jose. Oh, damn! Ricardo was so much better. Jose was so hack.
You're Hector Bam Bam Jimenez to me. You'll always be Hector Bam Bam Jimenez to me.
Yeah, he came at me with a knife. He flicked it out and just started trying to slice me up.
Wow.
In the subway. And you always think that when somebody does that, I'm going to take my jacket off, wrap it around my wrist,
Yeah,
And
John
y-
Wickham. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually, I didn't. I Taylor Swift him and ran away, holding my Starbucks snack bag up as he was slicing it. He sliced my peanut butter little thing right out of my bag. Then he kicked my
My
phone.
lemon loaf fell right to the platform when
That
he
is
sliced my bag.
That's my nickname in high school.
Lemon loaf. Yummy.
He kicked my phone out of my hand onto the tracks.
Really?
It saved my life because he was trying to stab me, slicing away, and then my phone was in my hand, my other hand, and he kicked it, and it flew onto the tracks. And I was like, my phone's on the tracks.
This guy was, so you didn't have your phone up. It was like at waist level. I'm like, this guy, I'm picturing this guy doing like high kicks and David Lee Roth and the.
I had my little snack bag
Yep.
with my cheese platter with my peanut butter and my lemon loaf.
Yeah.
And I had my phone in my other hand. As I'm running away from him, he's slicing.
Wow.
And I had my phone and he saw it and he just kicked it. And it flew out of my hands onto the tracks. And I was like, my phone's on the tracks, man. And he's like, I'm going to murder you. I was like, I know, I get it, but my phone, how am I,
Right.
if I don't die, how am I going to get that? Like, it's on the tracks. And he's like, I'm going to kill you, man. I'm like, my phone, dude. I know, but I don't know how to get that. And he thought I was so crazy that I just kept talking about my phone because I was like, all my stuff is on there. My wallet's on the back of my phone. I was just panicking about my iPhone. And he was like,
Everything we have now is on our phones.
it's on
Yeah.
my phone. I'm like, dude, everything. Like, if you don't kill me, I got stuff on there my
still got a
wife can't
whole
see.
thing I gotta
You
figure
have
out,
essentially killed me, sir. My life is on the tracks.
And then he just called me a bunch of names and walked away. He's like, you stupid.
Yeah.
And he walked away. And then my phone was on the tracks and I didn't know how to get it. And
You didn't have your handy little alligator grabber with you? You should
No, I-
always have that in your backpack.
I usually do,
Yeah.
but I didn't have it today. It was at the house because my wife had to get some beans off a top shelf. And
oh, those beans.
Yeah, it really screwed me.
Honey, if only you hadn't wanted those pinto beans, I would have been able to call you.
I actually
tell you what happened.
There was a guy with the vest that worked there, and I walked up. I was like, yo, man, the guy just tried to kill me. He goes, yeah, I know. It was crazy.
Like a transit cop or something?
Transit
Yeah,
cop. He's like,
yeah.
yeah, it was crazy, man.
I saw the whole thing,
I was
yeah.
like, thanks. So then I had to go.
Yeah, I filmed you. You're on TikTok right now.
I actually ran into a comic, Shredded. He's like a jiu-jitsu comic. And I was like, yo, man, some guy just tried to kill me. He's like, oh, that's messed up. And I was like, my phone is on the tracks. I don't know where it is. Can you call it? And he called it, and we were listening. We were like, could hear it ringing.
Yeah.
So we went and found where it was. We could hear it, but it was on the other side of the third rail. And I was like, damn. He's like, yeah, man. I was like, I got a bad knee. And he's like, what? I go, I got a meniscus, like a torn meniscus.
Yeah.
And he's like, come on.
You're trying to get him to get down there and get your phone.
100%.
Yeah, right.
So
Yeah.
He was like, I go, dude, there's no lights. Like, I think you got a couple minutes. This kid jumped down and got my phone and was coming back. I was like, yo, my wallet was attached to the back of it. And
Yeah.
it's still there. He had to go get the wallet.
Yeah.
And he grabbed and jumped back up. But here's the thing.
Hey, could you get the other half of my lemon loaf, too? It's still good.
I saved the lemon loaf. I wouldn't let that go.
The important things.
But he jumped back up, gave me my phone, thank God. But here's the deal. If I had to jump, I was not making it back up.
Yeah.
Right.
I would jump down, get my wallet, and then they would have to like pull me up like a whale on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
And that would suck if I survived all this.
Yeah.
Then I get cut in half by a train.
Right.
And they have to call my wife, hey, come down because we're going to back this train up and his guts are going to fall out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare.
Or at the very least, everybody, all the other comics are going to tell the story about hauling your ass up and out of the tracks after you got your phone.
Was it transactional? He's like, I'll get your stuff, but like you got to have me on the bonfire.
I did have him on the
Okay.
bonfire, but I was supposed to buy him a steak, and I haven't yet.
Okay, well,
I gotta really
owe him a steak.
I
You owe him a
owe-
steak.
I owe him a lot more than that.
Yeah.
because I have some bad stuff on that phone.
He did so much for you that you should
probably stop saying that on the radio.
Oh yeah, I forgot we're on the radio. You guys are really comfortable to talk to.
I feel like I'd tell you anything.
I'm bisexual.
Yeah. You owe him a 12-ounce steak, not just a 6-ounce. You owe
Oh,
him a 12-ounce.
A 12-ounce.
Yeah. You'll take
Okay.
the 6. He'll have the 12.
All right, why? Because he's black.
Because the 48-ounce porterhouse is sold out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You wash it down with some drambuie.
I do need to get him. So I forgot all about that till right now. I promised him a damn steak. And
You're welcome. We've reminded you.
I will get him a steak. Damn it.
Yeah.
People bring that up, and he's like, Bobby still owes me a steak. Wait long enough, he might become vegan, though. That happens.
Really?
Yeah. He'll be like, I don't eat meat anymore, so then you just have to buy him a cauliflower steak.
Yeah, vegan steak.
Oh, maybe he'll get stabbed on the subway. How weird would that be? If the same guy that killed me killed him.
He gets pushed in front of a train, and you're like, he was a nice guy.
You guys don't have trains here, right?
We have trains.
We got one.
You have a subway?
Yeah. RTA is what it's called. Yeah, it's a series of buses and trains that I'm not sure where they go, but people take them, and yes.
Is it underground?
Some of it is, yes.
Some of it is.
Is it safe?
No.
Okay.
Well, I've ridden it. Yeah, I mean, I think people overplay the safety of it or the lack of safety, but
I mean, it depends on.
It goes
it's like
underground
anything.
to come downtown.
Yeah, it's like anything where it's like depending on time of day, how busy it is, but like it's not something you want to probably be on late at night by yourself.
Right. So it's dangerous.
Yeah.
I love the way people do that. No, it depends on time of day, where it is.
After a Guardians game or something like that, there's a lot of people. You're be
fine.
Okay, but
I don't think it's 24 hours though either. I don't think it runs all night. I mean, it's
but it does like those last two trips. Like, and it's you don't want to be drunk taking it back to Strongsville or whatever.
Unless you're into that.
Yeah. Unless you're into that. Yeah.
Unless you're into that.
Bobby Kelly and Bill Squire are at Hilarities this weekend. If there are tickets remaining. You're talking 7 and 9:45 tonight and 7 and 9:45 tomorrow night.
Yes.
And I'll tell you what, if you've never seen a Robert Kelly show, let's say that you've seen him some years ago, and then you go see him tonight or tomorrow night, and you'll see him, and not only will he cut a completely different figure for you, casting a very different shadow than you used to, you'll be looking and listening at a man who has faced death,
Face death.
Saved a lemon loaf.
From
an unfortunate incident.
Professional poo cutter.
Professional poo cutter.
I mean,
they literally make poop knives now, right? You don't have to bend the wire hangers like Joan Crawford anymore. You can just go buy the poop knife.
Here's the problem with that.
Yeah.
You have
Not strong enough.
No. Yes, but no. You have to clean that and then keep it. My coat hangers, you just throw
them away. Yeah.
I don't. What if I accidentally have my mother over and I go up and I made toast.
You know how much I love butter.
This knife is awesome.
This butter looks terrible.
It spreads the butter in one swoop.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to have to.
Right. You also don't want to be cleaning it off like your blade.
You get two of them like Deadpool.
Licking the blood off. And,
make some quips.
Yeah.
I don't want the professional poo knife. I think that's too much. So the coat hangers are good for me.
Okay. Well, I didn't want to get into this, and I certainly don't want to call anybody out. But as an avowed environmentalist myself, I have been on a crusade for a long time, and I must take you to task here.
Yes.
I have been on a personal crusade to try to get people
Mm-hmm.
to cut down on single-use poop hangers for many years.
Listen.
And I'm personally offended by the fact that you're one and done with these poop hangers.
I don't use straws.
They're choking turtles' noses.
To compensate for my footprint.
All right.
Yeah.
Your metal hanger poop footprint.
First of all, metal hangers are better for the environment.
Probably.
Yes, because people make boats of them.
Yes.
And they come here from other countries with my coat hangers that float over to their country. I have no idea.
They're stripping Bobby Kelly's house for scrap metal. Hey, you want any of this stinky metal? What is this? It's a pile of silver and brown wires. I don't know what these are, but
I tell you what, I wish I could poop like my kid, man.
Yeah.
Oh, mine's like ribbon candy.
Isn't it amazing the things as you get older that you're wistful for? You're like, I used to pee and it was like a fire hose, and now it's like I just wait until it's done, and then
What am I dying? Because that dude, I have to maneuver things down there to pee in the morning now. Like my first pee takes forever.
But you're not getting up in the middle of the night. That's when you're starting to worry about that. See, I'm very regular with everything. I poop thrice daily.
Thrice? You
thrice.
Poop 3 times?
I do.
I'm so glad.
First thing in the morning. First thing in the morning.
Yes.
Pre-show.
Wow.
And then at night.
I do once.
Good for you. Some people don't. Some people go once a week, so that's good.
Mine's once a day.
Yep.
And it's just atomic.
Yeah.
Atomic. Like like yesterday, I had to like find a place.
Yeah.
I actually was in a Dunkin' Donuts. Listen to me.
Yeah.
I walked in. I had to run in. I was like, "Can I use your bathroom?" He goes, "If you want to." I was like, "What? What kind of tone is that?"
He knew what was showing up.
He was like, "If you," I was like, "What is that?" Okay, like it was a haunted. I was like, somebody.
America runs on Duncan. That's what he's talking about.
I walked into this. I had to become a cleaning lady. Like I had to like figure out how to make soap.
Yeah.
To clean, and like I had to spend. And I was like, "It's happening." There was no.
You guys have any horse fat back in the dumpster so I can make some soap?
There was no lock on the door.
Yeah.
So the door is just kind of open, and
you're pushing your foot against it while you're on the toilet.
It's too far away.
It's too far away. So I had to be on my tippy toes, like I'm on like a defensive line. Like I just hutted the ball.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there doing my thing, and people were coming up. Like, no. Someone's in
You're
here.
like intentionally being loud.
Occupado.
Like usually you want to be kind of quiet in a public restroom. This time you're being intentionally loud to let people know, like, I'm in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, like tapping your toes.
I'm singing
clapping your
Stone Temple
hands.
Pilots. Dude, it was. Dude, that's exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah, right.
Mine sound. Yeah, it sounds like a drunk girl puking. But it was so bad. But when I gotta go, dude.
Yeah,
I gotta go. But it's once a day. My wife holds it in.
Once the launch sequence has started, you got to find a receptacle.
My wife is once a week.
Wow, that's not good.
It's not good.
Yeah, I don't even know if thrice daily is good. That could not be good. But once a week is definitely not good.
Thrice daily is pretty much like
when you're drinking salads, it's gonna happen.
I can set my watch by it. That's all I'm saying. If I wear a watch.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's good. You're clean. You're cleaned out. There's nothing better than cleaning yourself out. I mean,
they're probably like rabbit pellets too.
Are they?
No. They're fluffy coils.
Fluffy coils.
Yeah.
I've wanted fluffy coils.
Yeah. I would be worried if they were like deer pellets or something.
Oh God, I want a fluffy coil.
Yeah.
Nice, and it floats too, doesn't it? Float like a muffin top.
That's why they call me Lemon Loaf.
Is that your name?
You were that in high school, but now I'm that. I've usurped the title.
The things you desire later in life is a nice fifth function and to be able to pee in a respectable amount of time.
I'm waiting for the pee problems to start, but so far it's all good.
Yeah, mine is like a song that's never ending.
Yeah.
It's like brrr, brrr, brrr,
you're like a dog on a walk that stops every 30 seconds.
100%.
But you're not marking any territory. You're marking the same territory.
And then there's a couple little dribbles at the end.
Yeah.
That I have to just take the hit on.
And you're standing the whole time?
I'm standing.
I think because a lot of guys, when they get to that point, they'll sit. They'll start to sit.
I can't sit because as I got older, my hang has left.
Okay.
I have no hang.
Yeah.
But my, can I say testicles?
Yes. Your balls. Your twig and berries. Your meats and cheeses.
One more. I need one more.
That's all
you
I
got
got.
me addicted. Yes. My prosciutto.
Yeah, my prosciutto.
Hangs big.
Yeah.
And one morning I sat to pee and it was facing down, hit my bowls.
Yeah.
And there was like a little pocket. It kind of swooped and came back up.
Oh, that's not good. No.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It came back like a fountain.
Yeah.
Like I made my own little fountain and it shot back up and shot on the shower glass.
Yep.
And then I had to clean.
And then you yelled to your son, "Who's tiny now?" I got to take a break here.
All right, let's take a break.
Hang out or you want to go?
I'm here, baby.
Okay, all right. You tell me.
Yeah.
Bobby Kelly's at Hilarities tonight and tomorrow night with young Bill Squire, 7 and 9:45 both nights. You go to hilarities.com. If there are tickets remaining, you'll find them there.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show
On iHeartRadio.
We're just hours away from our 2024
and heavy. AC/DC, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search Classic Hard Rock. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
It's time to give stuff away.
All right, if you're a Pink Floyd fan, one of the best tribute bands going, they're called Wish You Were Here, and they got 2 shows here in Cleveland right after the first of the year, Friday, January 3rd, Saturday, January the 4th. I will get you tickets for that second night. They're celebrating not only 50 years of Pink Floyd's classic album, Wish You Were Here, but celebrating their own 30 years together as a band. So each night they're going to do the album in its entirety, all the classic Floyd that you love. It is the 3rd and 4th of January. AgoraCleveland.com for the details. You get a pair here, my last this week, for that second night, the 4th. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you ever get the feeling that he doesn't love you,
don't you love me too?
Feel again. Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians play tonight. It's the first of 3 tonight, tomorrow, Sunday in St. Louis. Last road series of the season against the Cardinals. They can clinch the division tomorrow. This is the way this baseball math works out. If they win today and tomorrow against the Cardinals, and if the Royals lose against San Francisco or blah, 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 we're going to find out by Monday whether or not the Guardians grab the AL Central. But tonight, that first pitch, live from St. Louis, 8:15 on your FM home for Cleveland Guardians baseball, 100.7 WMMS The Buzzard. Hey, Robert Kelly is here, and not to put too fine a point on it, but he's a singer, he's a dancer, he's a raconteur, and, well, frankly, he's a singer again because he's just that good. And if you ever see him climbing out of a subway platform or something, trying to get up off the tracks, you'll know that he's had a pretty good day. Yes. Because it hasn't happened yet. You've had to be hoisted from the third rail. But he's doing 4 shows at Hilarities this weekend with young Bill Squire. Who's hosting these shows?
I don't know.
All right. Then focus on Bobby Kelly and Bill Squire.
And see if we can find out. But
I'm sure it's fine.
And who cares?
7:30 and 9:45. Sorry, 7 and 9:45 tonight and tomorrow night. And then Sunday, he leaves town and goes where?
I go home.
Home.
I go home.
You just jet out for the weekends now and go home in between?
Fridays and Saturday nights, I got to go home because I got to do the bonfire.
Right.
On Sirius XM Faction Talk.
Are you doing that from home or you go into Midtown?
Going to the studio.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I drive in from, I just moved into a really, oh my God, nice town. I moved where Ryan Reynolds lives. And Martha Stewart.
Are you running into them at the farmer's market?
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a schedule.
Okay.
I really do want to.
If you're reaching for the same bunch of Swiss chard or something, wouldn't that be great?
At DeChico's?
A little meat cute?
Oh, I'm so, dude. He lives,
over the Brambleberry jam?
Everybody lives up there, dude. Martha Stewart, Chaz Palminteri.
Yeah.
Ryan, I mean, everybody. Edie Falco lives up there.
Is this the Hudson Valley? Where are you?
It's up in Katona, Bedford.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, I mean, my neighborhood is not that. We're a little further away than them. I live on a cul-de-sac.
You're less central to the...
cul-de-sac is doing real good, though.
Buddy, I love a cul-de-sac is my... I've always wanted to live on a cul-de-sac. I've always wanted to come down.
Through traffic.
No through traffic. Little cul-de-sac, little circle.
The kids can go play baseball in the circle or football and stuff. Yeah.
Yes, we're gonna actually have a block party.
Oh, that's exciting.
Buddy,
trick or treating is gonna be fun. Yeah.
Trick or treating is big.
Now, I bet everybody else in your situation,
yes,
they could rest their laurels on being a prominent guy. But I bet in your cul-de-sac community, you're just a regular dude. You're one of the other dads. Right? You're hanging out with Frank. Yeah. You're smoking a cigar with Jerry. Right? You're just Bobby from the cul-de-sac.
How did you know my neighbors' names? What's going on, dude?
I own binoculars too, thank you very much. All right? Drones can do amazing things.
Well, here's the thing is that the people that owned my house before, they didn't really care. but my neighbors to the left and my neighbors to the right, like when you move up into the suburbs, grass is a big thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Grass is a big thing.
They're out there with a tape measure in the property lines.
Buddy, you can tell where the property line is because of their grass.
Yeah.
Their grass is like a golf course.
Yep.
And my grass is like a park in the ghetto.
Is like not like a golf course.
It's not. The guy that was there before me didn't care about any of this grass stuff. And now I got to step my grass game up.
I became a lawn guy.
Dude.
Because, and I would have been the last person to ever think this. The first few years we lived in our house that we're in now, I had a couple of neighborhood kids cutting the grass. I didn't care. And I go, you know what? I don't like the job they're doing. I'll do it myself, right? So I get myself one of these EV mowers or whatever, and I've got a pretty sizable front lawn, but the back lawn is even bigger. Not big enough where I'd need a rider, but I'm doing it myself. But in my garage now, because we're getting into fall here, and I have to aerate, I have to reseed, I have to overseed to prepare for spring, so I got to lay down some peat moss. I got 2 25-pound bags of Kentucky bluegrass and some fescue. This is what I'm talking about.
I'm getting excited. I am getting hot.
I'm on like lawn care subreddits. I'm like, what is happening to me? Because in my heart of hearts, I really don't care that much about it, but then I'm like, well, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it.
Buddy, let me tell you something. Grass in your 50s is like double penetration porn in your 20s. It's exciting.
Yeah. How do you think I aerate my lawn? It's still double penetration.
Buddy, I'm telling you, I am on the same boat.
Yeah.
You're talking about Kentucky bluegrass?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Fescue?
I'm going to jump over this table.
leave you guys alone.
What did you say?
Do you know what zone you're in? Do you know what zone you're in?
No, what do you mean?
Zones. Do you have you and I have cool season grasses.
Oh my God.
Farther south, you got warm season grasses, and those are very different, right? Your Bermudas, which you can cut way down like a golf course. See, I cut mine. My deck's set at a 4 usually. Oh my God. Right? So cool season grasses, it's a whole thing there.
Say fescue again.
Fescue. Not the guy that played Daniel Boone 100 years ago. Fescue, seasonal grasses. This is what I'm saying.
Grass is a thing to me right now.
Yeah.
I'm so into it. I want one of those machines that puts the holes. What's the thing that it goes over it? Doesn't mow it, it just puts holes.
The aerator.
That's aerator.
This is what I'm talking about.
I want one of those.
You aerate it because it gets the plugs, and then you overseed. There's something called, you have to dethatch.
What?
Which is when you brush, you have a dog?
I do have a dog.
Okay, when you brush the dog and you get that undercoat,
yes,
you're supposed to do that with your lawn.
I did not
Very
know
time
this.
consuming. You aerate, you dethatch, you get that underneath so that you can overseed for the spring.
Oh my God, you're turning me on right now.
This is what I'm saying.
I'm
turning myself on, and I don't even want to hear about it.
I want you to dethatch my lawn. Will you come over? And help
I
me
certainly
dethatch?
will. Yes, we'll compare lip balms, and we'll talk about lawns. And,
or I'm just going to hire somebody to do this.
You should do it. Yeah. Because a buddy of mine was like, "Oh, you can rent an aerator from Home Depot." I'm like, I don't have a pickup truck. I'm not going to put some piece of machinery.
I do have a
on
pickup
there.
truck.
Oh, there you go.
I do have a pickup
I
truck.
should get a pickup truck just for my lawn.
I have a pickup
equipment.
truck. I have a little house up in New Hampshire. I got a tiny house up in Hampshire that we go to in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And
you summer in Nashua, don't you?
No, not Nashua. No, because that's kind of the ghetto.
Oh, pardon me. Well, it's the first New Hampshire town that comes to mind.
That's
Concord. What else is up there?
I go to woods ghettos. Yes, I like to vacation with meth heads and racists.
Nobody will ever find me there.
No, we're up in the White Mountains. We're up in the White Mountains.
Well, now who's a racist?
The White Mountains. We're up in the lake region, Lake Winnipesaukee, Squam Lake.
Oh, what about Bob, right? Wasn't that Lake Winnipesaukee?
That's exactly where I have a little house up there.
Okay.
And, we have a little piece of, we have some acreage.
Wow,
and
good for you.
Right on the lake. So we go up there for July and August. We go up there and we
They're not making any more land, right? That's what they tell you. They're not making any more land. So if you can get yourself a piece or two or three.
Are we doing sayings right now?
Yes.
The unoiled wheel squeaks the loudest. I don't know if you heard that. That's a
broken
thing.
clock is right twice a day.
Why don't you dance where it brought you?
Don't mow another man's lawn.
Yeah,
if you're looking through yesterday and looking to tomorrow, you're peeing all over today. That's what I say. Hey,
hold on, let me get a pen. I didn't. I still say you got to dance with a girl who brung you, like at least once a week. Completely context free, but that's all right.
Or the guy.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd be a lawn guy, but here I am.
I don't know what happens to you, man, but all the cliches, all the stuff that I say this, everything old people tell you as a young person is true. Listen to them. Everything old people used to tell me is true. Don't get a credit card. Don't date a girl with a headshot. All that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, you can't go too far back because, the things that your grandparents told you might not necessarily. You can't trust a Filipino. You know what? I'm going to cast that one off to the side, Pap.
I wouldn't just yet. Listen, we have Joe Coy in here, but listen.
Yeah, right. Next time he's here, I'll tell him to put that one in his back pocket. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. You really can't. There's a certain limit. Maybe the 80s.
Yeah.
Old people are right.
The folksy stuff you can trust. Yeah.
The 20s, maybe not.
No, I wouldn't go that far back.
You can trust the boomer. You can't trust the greatest generation. We used to cut their ears off.
I have a belt in the closet.
Yeah.
I miss that. I miss men like that. We're not making those guys anymore. Those men. Because now, like back in the day, if you looked at a guy's face, you could tell what type of dude he was.
Yeah.
Like you see guys in the crowd now. It's like, dude, Navy SEAL? No, I make my own soap.
Yeah.
Okay, well, whatever.
Bobby, I don't know if you've heard, but there's something called toxic masculinity,
Yes.
and we're trying to avoid it. Thank you very much.
I'm trying to lean into it right now.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
You see, you're getting in on the ground floor because there's always that full circle backlash thing.
Pendulum.
So many people are trying to avoid it. You're going to
Yes.
be first in on the return of toxic masculinity.
Well, remember you used to see a guy with a tattoo back in the day?
Yeah.
He killed people. Now I have tattoos.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I have this.
See, I don't have any.
You have nothing?
I said, if I wait long enough, I will be more unique than everyone else.
You'll be clean.
Who has tattoos.
You'll be clean.
Because I'm raw, baby.
Right.
I don't have. Now, here's the other thing, though. Over the past year or so, and my thought was always I could never conceive of anything that I cared about so deeply that I was going to put it on my body. It was as simple as that. Had nothing to do with time, money, pain, anything like that. I was like, what the hell am I going to put on? All of the past year and a half, though, I've been obsessed with thinking about getting tattoos. But I also don't want to be that guy. Or all at once.
Long hair tattoo.
I'm like the Illustrated Man or something like that, like in the friggin' Yakuza. I don't want to be that guy.
Kentucky bluegrass tattoo. That's what you get.
Yeah, there you go.
You just get tattoos of grass stuff.
Yeah. The UPC code for a bag of fescue. I'll get that on my.
You just get fescue written down your arm. People are like, what's that? Is that your gang?
It's knuckle tattoos. Fescue.
Kentucky bluegrass. Is that your favorite kind of music? No. It's my favorite kind of grass
It's
seed.
my grass.
Because I thought, well, kids' birthdays, I'd get the flag of Chicago or something like that, except that's mostly white, so that's not going to read. I mean,
Well, if you're not, I have an addictive personality.
Yeah, I get it.
So as I get older, I have to find addictions that don't take me back to prison.
Right.
Don't make me do drugs. Don't take away all the stuff that I love now.
Yeah.
And, and food was one, and sex and all that. So I can't do all the fun ones.
You have any food tattoos? You got like a little T-bone or something on your...
I was thinking of getting 6 fat because I had, that was how many fats I had in my life. I had 6.
How many fats?
Yeah, I had 6 fats.
You mean phases of being fat?
Yeah, I was fat 6 times in my life.
When was the first time you got thin? When was the end of your... Because you don't know you had, you don't know that you had a fat until you have a second fat.
I know exactly when that was. That was, my first fat was in 5th grade.
Yeah.
My mom just got divorced. We moved into a 2-bedroom. We had no money. She was never home. I had no friends. And I would literally take, my mom would make me the same lunch every day, peanut butter and jelly, too much jelly, white bread, an apple, and then she would write a note on it, "Mommy loves you," which you think would sound sweet, but it was passive aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
She wanted other kids to read it and make fun of me. You know what I mean?
Is that true?
Knowing my mother?
Okay.
It wasn't about love.
Okay.
It was about busting my balls.
She's still alive?
She is.
Okay.
You call if you want.
Much to your chagrin.
Yeah. No, I love my mom, but
Yeah.
Irish Catholic from Boston.
Same. Mothers are very.
Yeah, you don't leave a note
Right.
in the napkin.
Yeah.
I couldn't even. I remember
Tell me to my face.
I traded lunches one day, and I forgot about the stupid napkin. And then they're like, "Mommy loves you."
Yeah.
And then I cried. And I remember I got fat. I would take that lunch outside, go to the basement, and I had a little corner of the basement that I made that I would just stay there all day. I wouldn't go to school because I was so sad. And I brought snacks. I would buy like Suzy Q's and Devil Dogs and all kinds of chips. And I would stay down there and just eat all day. And I blew up like a little fatso.
Yeah.
I remember like I skipped school for 2 weeks. I was so scared of going, and I had no friends, and I was so depressed. And back then, you didn't know you were in a depression. You didn't know what it was. You just wanted to. I just wanted to sleep all day.
You're trying to fill it with food too.
Trying to fill it with food. I remember I was running to get more snacks. My mom got out early. I bumped into her because I was running head down.
What did she do?
She goes, "Bobby." I was like, "Oh no." She's like, "Why are you out of school so early?" I'm like, "Half a day." She's like, "Oh." She's like, "That's awesome. I got a half day work."
Well, was she like a nurse or
no?
what?
She worked at Home Depot. She worked.
Oh, okay.
And she goes, "You want to get a steak and cheese and split it and go to the store and we'll have." I was like, "Yeah." I was just going to get a Devil Dog. She gave me the money. I went and got a steak, cheese, got chips. I came home, and between the time that I left to get the steak and cheese and I got home, my teacher had called. And you know when you walk into the house and there's a different vibe?
Oh, yeah. The air is thick.
Yeah, you just hear like a crow in the back, and the clouds came over.
Yeah.
And
a church bell rings and
I just remember her silhouette just pulled out into the hallway.
Yeah.
And she was looking under her eyelids at me, and I was like, "Oh no." And she started swearing and calling me all kinds of, you haven't been at school. Where have you been?
Yeah.
I mean, you son of a bitch, screaming, yelling at me.
You have siblings?
I have an older sister.
Yeah.
And I just remember the whole time she's screaming at me, I was thinking like, this steak and cheese is getting cold.
Right. Yeah.
And we didn't have microwaves back then.
I'm not going to eat this in the basement.
You're going to have to put this in the oven and toasting it's going to suck.
Yeah.
The whole time I was like, can you hurry up with whatever you're yelling at? Because I want to eat this, man.
Yeah.
But my sixth grade teacher, Mr. DiPerzio, took me under his wing, and he was a runner. He used to run marathons, and he got me in. I remember we had the sixth grade Olympics, and he came up to me. I was a little fatso.
Yeah.
And he came up to me and goes, "Kelly, we had the 440 once around the track." He goes, "I want you to win. I want you to win this for me. I want you to beat these other schools. Win." And I was like, "Okay." And let me tell you something. Little fat Bobby.
Yeah.
I remember running. And I was running, and this other kid, fast, thin dude, smoking him. And I was nose and nose. And I just remember, like a Rocky movie, I felt my little boobs bouncing.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's hot.
Win. And I ran and I won.
Hey.
And I remember I threw up. I got to the end.
Your arms or you vomited?
And I threw my arms up, and then I fell.
Yeah.
I had cramps, and he came out. "You did it, Kelly. You won." I got a little medal, and then I started running marathons with him.
He dangled a cheesesteak at the finish line, didn't he?
Buddy,
And that's how you...
I started losing weight. I started running marathons. I ran a marathon. I ran a 5K or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I started running marathons. Dude, I got into shape. It was amazing. And then he left me. I went to 7th grade, never saw him again.
Wow.
And I got fat again.
Mr. DiPerzio, wherever you are.
Mr. D.
Wow.
And as soon as he wasn't my teacher, I got sad again and I ate again.
You needed that inspiration from him.
I needed the inspiration.
You never got that
him.
runner's high.
I needed a father.
Yeah.
That's what I needed. I needed just a man figure to tell me I was okay and I wasn't a fat, stupid idiot.
Well, Bobby Kelly's most recent fat is way behind him.
It is.
And he's thin.
Well,
and he's toned.
Okay, let's not.
Am I overselling it?
Well, I don't want people to show up and go, "What?"
What was Alan talking about? He was far too kind.
That's the name of my therapist, by the way. Alan.
Oh well, hello.
Yeah, I'm doing better.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I'm not. How about this? I'm not as fat as last time.
Right.
Well, maybe I was.
It's the little victories. They're all victories.
Yes, they're all victories.
You've maintained.
I am the last. I had the last fat.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's over.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure it's over.
I've got to take a break.
Let's take a break. Let's get a pizza.
There's pizza in the kitchen.
No, what's wrong with you? Are you hearing me? Wow, you're one of
It's
those.
been. Don't
Meanwhile,
worry.
there's like a smoke.
It's been here a while.
Like a Bill-shaped hole in the door where I'm going to get pizza.
Bobby Kelly and Bill Squire are at Hilarities this weekend, 7 and 9:45 tonight, 7 and 9:45 tomorrow night. Was it Bobby Kelly Live? Just to send people to
Robert Kelly Live.
Robert Kelly
Instagram or punchup.live/Robert Kelly's my thing. My website. You can go there, check me out.
All right.
I have nudes of all stages of my fat.
Beautiful.
And all the skinnies. Yes, all variations. That'd be a great calendar.
It really would. Have you seen him in November? It's right before Thanksgiving. All right, we'll take a break here. We'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
What do you listen to? What are your thoughts on Steely Dan?
I listen to anything. You know what I mean? I'm not a music like.
You're one of those people that's not into music?
I love music.
Okay.
I love it so much.
Gregorian chants from the 1600s?
I listen to it. I actually, one summer, my favorite thing was the soundtrack to Conan.
O'Brien or the Barbarian?
The Barbarian.
Oh, yeah, okay. Rip James Earl Jones.
I had that tape, and I listened to that tape. I think it's classical music.
Mm-hmm.
I listened to it all summer. I love it. Right now,
it's like war music.
The song I'm listening to all the time when I get into the car is this song that I don't know if you've ever heard, Moonshine?
By whom?
Moonshine by Young Gun Silver Fox.
Young Gun Silver Fox, Moonshine.
Yep.
Is it full of expletives?
Nope.
Nope.
It is close to yacht rock.
Oh, I know Young Gun Silver Fox. Yeah, of course.
Dude,
great.
When the sun's going down on the Sawmill,
yep.
River Parkway, heading into the city.
The one guy looks like Edgar Winter in this band.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Me and my son, this is our favorite song. We listen to this, put it on, windows down.
Anytime I love it.
Oh, love it.
Oh, this is great.
Drive into the city to see these guys.
Drive in the city, the sun's going down, traffic's going that way. I'm going that way.
Yes.
Yeah. Right? Maybe see a sailboat on the West Side Highway.
It's like Pablo Cruz. Remember them?
I don't know what it is, but it makes me feel. One time testifying.
This could be Robert Kelly's walkout music tonight at Hilarities.
Oh, my walkout music is Metallica, Turn the Page, 1 minute and 2 in.
Hey, there you go.
Oh, that makes me, that's that thing where, I'm on the road. I'm on the road again. I'm in Cleveland for 2 nights. I'm not Bob Seger. Relax.
Understood.
I'm going home. I'm in a luxury hotel.
Right, but still,
I'm doing an hour's worth of work.
The family is at home, and you're out here. And
yeah, I'm out here having a blast.
Robert Kelly and Bill Squire, tonight and tomorrow night, 2 shows apiece, 7 and 9:45. You go to hilarities.com for all the information. And, of course, how could I possibly encapsulate the Robert Kelly empire? There's the shows. Mm-hmm. There's the podcasts.
Yes.
There's the nude modeling.
Pause. That is gone.
Gone? What was my monthly subscription for then?
Well, it was for that time of my life, but I had to cancel that because when I lost the weight, now I look like a melted candle.
That's a different fetish community, isn't it?
I still kept my bush fat, though, which is disgusting.
Hey, good for you.
Yeah, I mean, that little pocket's hard to get off.
Yeah, listen.
That's the last thing to go.
The boy fupa is always...
It's the last fat to get and the last fat to go. Let me tell you something, man.
It's stubborn.
I've literally pinched it to where I was going to pull it off.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
like a big old skin tag.
Oh,
You're like, get out of here.
Oh, I've done that.
Did you see the trailer for the Donald Trump movie where he's played by
The Apprentice?
Stan?
No.
Okay, so in the trailer they show like him getting liposuction, and like as soon as you said that, I was like, oh, maybe that's where I get my liposuction is just that little that pouch right there.
I just can't wait till they, like technology's so fast. Like the phone is nuts. Yeah. The fact that you can go to like a CVS and buy a drone for $40. I mean, that's crazy. I just can't wait till I go to CVS and buy a home lipo kit.
Yeah.
Where I can just
They're coming.
Go home, stick it in my bush fat, and throw it in the trash.
No more bush fat.
Feed it to ducks.
Use it to make soap. The next time you're at the Dunkin' Donuts, you'll have it with you.
Or I can make art. That'd be good. Bush fat art.
Bush fat art.
Just throw it on a canvas, see what happens.
It sounds like an old blues singer. Bush fat art. So when you had, we talked about this earlier.
Bush fat?
The gastric sleeve.
Yes.
Are you left with skin you got to contend with.
I was lucky.
You weren't like 800 pounds, obviously.
No, I was 360.
360. Is that big enough to have to contend with that when you have...
Well, what you got to do, and I was lucky. Some of it's genetics. I really don't have any really saggy skin things.
That's what I mean, yeah.
I joke. I do have the bush fat.
Okay.
But it's plump. It looks like 2 pairs.
Yeah, right. You want to keep that, really. I mean,
like it. I pinch it when I get nervous when I fly.
Mm-hmm.
I pinch it and I say the Serenity Prayer. I was lucky, but what you have to do when you're going to lose weight, you have to lift weights.
Yeah.
When you're after 45, you have to lift weights. I'm not talking, clang and bang like The Rock. You gotta lift weights.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that burns fat and builds muscle.
Yeah.
Is lifting, and it can be 10-pound dumbbells.
That's what I do.
That's it.
Yep.
I lift weights 4 times a week, and as soon as I could pick up a dumbbell, I picked up a dumbbell. And I started lifting, which, I didn't have any of I didn't want the saggy arms.
The old lady turkey arms.
I didn't want the saggy boobs and all that stuff. And so I just started lifting weights. And that was the key to not, replacing. What happens, though, is that you're losing weight, but you're gaining muscle. So you kind of.
Your weight doesn't really go down, but you are looking slimmer. You're looking.
Yeah.
You look a little slimmer, but your weight, you can't look at the scale. I don't get on a scale anymore. I don't care. As long as I'm healthy, I'm good. I'm not trying to be. Brad Pitt in Fight Club.
Well, the interesting thing, though, is that when you get into or I've at least found for myself, when you get into a regimen like that, if you notice little changes, any variations, you immediately feel it or know it or something, whether it's diet or your exercise routine. If you're off like a day or two, at least for me, I'm like, I know something's weird. I know I haven't, It's like you're constantly recalibrating in your head.
You feel it. If I don't work out for a couple days, I get angry. I start to, as soon as I work out, it all goes, I feel fantastic. I got a sauna, too. A sauna is a big part of my life. Yeah. A sauna. Because I was going to saunas, like, the Russian bathhouse.
But that was for a different reason.
Well, dude,
come on.
You just want to meet nice gentlemen.
I'm not trying to hide my bush fat under a bushel basket, all right? I want to show these 2 pairs off.
I had to stop going, dude, because I have a hard time saying no.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. Like, I don't know how to say no.
I don't want to do that.
The last time I was at a sauna, my friend, I was with a couple guys. They left to go in the pool, the ice bath. They came back and there was just this Asian guy,
just sitting there.
I was bent over, and he was fanning me with a towel. He was teaching me how to do the sauna right. But he was like, "You pick your feet up," and I was like, "Huh?" And he picked feet up, so I just picked my feet. Whatever he told me to do, I just did. I don't know how to say no. So
you didn't want to be impolite.
So then he goes, bend over. And I was like, okay. So I'm bent over, and this guy's just fanning me with a towel. And my friends came in, they're like, yo, bro, what are you doing to our friend? And I was like, this is the way you do a sauna.
Like,
he had no ill intent. He was trying to help out.
He had no ill intent, but then another guy came. Well, anyways,
you showed him your wet feet, and it was all over.
Well, I went out to get a massage, and the guy was like, the Russian guy, first of all, this Russian guy that gave me the massage, I saw him fixing the pipes earlier. Yeah. He was in the back. And I was like, take towel off.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we're in the open room. There's other men. And I have a grower, not a shower. You know what I mean? So he's like, take it off. And I was like, I don't know how to say no. And I just took my towel off. And then he threw me the smallest face cloth to put over my stomach.
Yeah.
So I'm just lying there with this little baby face cloth. And then he starts hitting me with leaves.
Leaves,
And it kept falling off. And I'm just like rearranging like a little napkin on my little tiny bush.
Yeah.
Like I'm just holding it there. As he's doing, and people are walking by, and I'm just like so embarrassed. I just should have said no. I'm not doing that.
But wasn't it part of the? I think of it less as trying to not be impolite, more like that's part of his ritual, his routine.
Yes,
and you were trying to get the best. He's like, take off.
Yeah,
put napkin over the bush.
Yeah, but the end part when he made me have sex with him.
Oh, well, that's extra usually.
I had to help him fix the pipes. That part.
That's called value added.
Value added. But I actually got a sauna for my house, so now I sauna at my house.
Oh, very
I
nice.
love it. I love I work out, I sauna.
No Russian sodomy.
No
That's
Russian
good
sodomy,
too.
no extra labor.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's but here's the thing is that I'm doing all this, all of it. So I got my life together at 50 and I'm in shape, I'm working out, I'm sauntering, I feel great. And then right then my wife hit menopause.
Yeah.
So her vagina died.
Yeah.
So it's
and her hormones are just she's going all over the place. She doesn't know what's happening. She's,
I can see her get hot.
Yeah.
Like I was in the room and I saw her chest turn red and it went up her neck and I was like, "Is it happening?" She's like, "It's happening."
Yeah.
And I was like, "What does it feel like?" She goes, "It comes up through my spine and goes into my chest and then into my head. And then I want to rip your trachea out with my bare hands." And I just slowly backed out of the room.
And so you're like, all right, this is not the time to bring up polyamory.
I know, though.
Honey, let's spice it up.
Yeah.
I've got some ideas.
Well, they have these places, these parks where all these old guys go to like play with each other.
Uh-huh.
And I never understood that until now.
Yeah, just sitting there playing chess, like taking
playing,
our time.
if you want to say playing chess.
Yeah,
but,
I know.
Playing with each other.
Well, we have one of these things near my house, the parks. They're cruising spots, I guess.
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
And I forgot. I went up with the dog last week in the new neighborhood. We just moved, and we got this brand new neighborhood, brand new house. And I'm walking the dog, and I'm in this. I found these trails, and it's like 6:30 in the morning. I'm walking these trails, and it's just a bunch of old guys walking out. But I'm like, "Mr. Hey, how you doing? I'm Bob. I just moved here. Didn't know I was auditioning."
I was going to say they're sizing you up like you're back in the brambles or something.
Yeah.
And
There's a guy coming out with a hat, mirror glasses, and a Punisher shirt. I'm pretty sure he's not. Pretty sure he's not in the woods because he loves nature.
Maybe he's a birder. He's out there.
Oh, is that what they call it?
Yeah, it is.
Is that what? Because
Tiny binoculars.
Is
Under,
mine
yeah.
small? Is that what?
Something was hiding in the bush. He heard.
I'm a birder, and that's a worm. But
this is a way you ingratiate yourself to your new community.
I just understand it now. Like it's like these guys are like they get nothing at home.
Yeah.
They work their whole lives. Yeah, just go meet Frank.
Yeah.
Right.
Frank, I'll see you at 5:30.
That's how they develop hobbies and things like that.
Yeah. So
Post-menopausal.
I'm just trying to find where's the cruising spots in Cleveland.
Not far.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
It's so great. Men have spots that they had to go to. It's like, dude, we're going to take over this park at 8:30 every night.
Well,
yeah.
If you have know people that talk about like how they liked that dangerous aspect of being gay in the 80s where you'd go and you'd meet someone and you bang in a rest stop and it was like the best and it was hot and dirty and now they're like, now it's just so easy. they're like it's not. Yeah, there's not excitement to it.
Listen,
you
man,
get on Grindr, there's a guy.
Yeah. Not having the fear of being beaten up by cops or a biker gang or a couple guys going, "What are you two doing?"
Right.
You know what I mean?
And people are
It's
just
not
like,
as
"Oh,
hot.
good
Well,
for
it's like
you."
Uber. Like when you open the door in an Uber and you're like, Frank, same thing with Grindr. You're like looking at the guy's picture. You're sticking your head under the stall. Oh, Jimmy, is that you? I'm here for my 1 o'clock.
They took all the fun out of middle-aged gay sex.
Right. The danger was part of it.
I remember me and Patrice one time, we were in front of my house. We lived on 47th between 9th and 10th. And across the street was a gay club.
Yeah.
Which I love.
Were you living in Times Square?
Right outside of Times Square.
Yeah.
Seriously,
It was a gay club right across the street, which I loved.
Yeah.
I loved if that was a regular nightclub, it would have been noisy and loud and, chicks screaming and puking, Frankie, and screw you, Gina, and all that stuff.
Right.
Gay club, quiet, the door open once in a while, you hear, you spin me right around, and then it shut. And it was over.
Yeah.
But one night we pulled up, we're talking, he drove me home, and there was a car in front of us, and the windows were all steamed up, and it was rocking. And I was like, oh, man. All of a sudden, this old guy just kind of shirtless looked up and looked around. And this other beautiful little Dutch boy came up after him. And
can of paint in his hand.
We were like, and then we called the cops. and we felt so bad.
You called the cops on the two dudes?
We were trying to be funny.
Oh.
And it sucked. We felt so bad. The cops came up. We just wanted to see the cops pull up. We wanted to see some
knock
New York,
on the window.
some New York Italian cop pull up, knock on the window, and it was exactly what we wanted. He came up, knocked on the window, and he just did an about face and just went back to his car. I guess
it's
when he
like
saw,
move along, and he's like,
he didn't even say move along. He was like, whoa.
He didn't want to get involved.
But then the little kid got out, not the kid, the young guy got out, and he was like, and I saw the sad look on this old guy finally got a real hot piece of butt, and we ruined it. And we were going to say sorry to him. It's like, maybe we should go down and give him a hand job or something.
Right. The kid's out there just tricking, and you guys ruined the whole thing for him.
We suck. I still feel bad about that.
That kid can't pay rent now.
I still feel bad about it. Patrice is dead.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why God took him.
Oh, no. He cast aspersions on the Dutch. God didn't like that.
I know. I mean, being gay now is not as exciting as it was back in the day.
I mean, I'll take your word for it. But
well,
still,
listen, the thing is,
you know
get
what?
my chapstick.
I got a text from a listener who said that they are your neighbor. They live in Alton Bay. Is that near you?
Alton Bay?
That's what they said.
Oh, yes, it is. In New Hampshire. You're talking about my second home. Sorry.
You have so many.
Sorry, I have 3 pieces of land. I'm a landowner.
In New Hampshire.
Yeah, Alton Bay. Alton Bay is down on Winnipesaukee. I'm on Squam Lake, which is a little better.
Squam Lake.
Winnipesaukee is a little, Alton Bay. I almost bought a house on Alton Bay. Alton Bay is the nice part of Winnipesaukee. Really nice.
Well, that's Matt. I have him on. He's on our map there. He's living in Alton Bay.
Yeah, Alton Bay is
I'm Bobby's neighbor.
Nice little part of Lake Winnipesaukee.
So I have a listener in Sunapee. Do you know where Sunapee is?
Sunapee.
It's near the Bush Fat. Listener in Dover, New Hampshire.
That's what my nickname is in the morning. Sunapee.
Honey, I'll be back in a half an hour. I'm gonna go have a pish.
All right, Sunapee.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. What is the other one?
Somebody in Dover, New Hampshire.
Yeah, Dover. That's a little down a little bit. Yeah, New Hampshire's the best, dude. It's the best. I love it.
I don't think I've ever been to New Hampshire. Sarah's from there, right? So Sarah Silverman was on the other day.
Yeah,
right?
she's from New
How
Hampshire.
long is that? How long does it take
Manchester.
you to get up there from?
4.5 hours.
Okay, that's not bad at all.
No, it's great. I mean, but when you get there, dude, it's just people say hi, everybody waves, people hold the door.
Yeah.
And then you go back to New York, and it's just, if you wave at somebody in New York, you're gonna get killed. Like if somebody waves like hi, it's like, what do you want? But you wave up there, it's so nice. I live 2 different lives.
You lose your lemon loaf.
Dude, I go
whole
up there.
thing.
I turned into a redneck quick.
Yeah.
Oh, I got jelly roll on. I need a favor. I'm driving my truck. I'm fishing every
the hat
day.
pulled down.
Oh, dude, I got an American flag hat.
Yeah.
Everything has
Got
like
a fish hook on it.
Dude, I fish. I'm a fly fisherman.
Oh, you've been a fly fisher for a while though.
Dude, I'm an angler.
Yeah.
Shooting guns now.
Yeah.
You got that decal of Biden tied up in your flatbed?
No, I seen that though. Me and my son play the Trump game up there.
Yeah.
Where every time you see a Trump sign, you go Trump. Yeah. It's 12,000 to 9,000.
I was gonna say, don't make that a drinking game. You'll get hammered behind the wheel.
It's so bad. But it's funny because when you go into the little towns, on the lake, it's a lot of it was Biden's.
Yeah.
Because they have the money. But as soon as you go out just a little bit, it's Trump.
The concentric circles get redder and redder.
And Trump people, they want a big sign.
Yes.
Yeah. Biden, little sign.
Yeah.
Little thing on the lawn.
Right.
Trump, it's like, it's the size of a billboard.
They're screaming it at you.
Yeah, it's
they
75.
Want you to know.
Yeah, it's like 75.
I got people near me who didn't even update their signs.
Oh, really?
So they're still rocking the Trump-Pence signs.
Oh, really?
And I'm like, wow, so you liked the guy, but you didn't want to spring for the extra $15. I'm like, the new guy's name is only a couple of letters away. At least
I've seen people put a VA over it.
Over the PE, yeah. It went from Pence to Vance. Squam Lake is where they filmed the movie On Golden Pond. Remember that one with Henry Fonda?
100%. And that people don't know this, is an island. In the show, they could drive to it.
Yeah.
But it's actually an island with a house on it. And you can drive. The people that bought the house hate that movie.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
Everybody drives by. and waves. And
Except it was so long ago. Does that still happen?
Still happens.
Wow.
People know the movie. Yeah.
Alan, I was born in Nashua. Most people forget it's even a state. New Hampshire. That's what you want.
Dude. You don't want to tell people.
No.
You don't want to. I don't want people to know.
They still have live free or die on the license plates, by the way.
Live free or die. But here's what sucks. They used to have a thing called the Old Man on the Mountain was on their license plate. And when you drive up through the White Mountains, on the left was a mountain, and it looked like an old man.
Yeah.
Just naturally. And then it fell off.
Oh, no.
So all these people have this license plate with an old man that used to be on the mountain.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
He had to go.
Yeah.
But you're surrounded by national forest up there, right?
Yeah,
like
I have 500 acres behind my house.
Yeah.
With this summer, we hiked behind my house, and we actually heard music. So we just hiked. I want to find out where that's. It was like a band, like a live band, and we actually.
Oh, it wasn't like a log cabin with a witch cooking up kids or anything.
They had a couple. They have a couple hunting cabins from back in the day up there, which are creepy. when you
Oh,
come
yeah.
up on. And we actually came up on this farm, and there was a Christian gathering.
Like a worship music festival or something. Yeah.
Dude, it was just me, my wife, my son, and a Bernedoodle. And we came up, and they just looked at us, and they're like, hello. And this beautiful girl with these crazy blue eyes and hay hair walked up, welcome. And I was like, hey, you know what Porcupine Road is?
Porcupine Road.
My wife was in the woods. She goes, they're vampires. I'm not coming out of the woods. I'm like, it's not True Blood, you idiot. They're Christians. If you ever wanted to come out into a place, it's these people.
Yeah. Well, there is blood drinking in the lore.
Yeah,
I mean,
but that's at night after the sun goes
Oh,
down.
yeah,
That's
right.
not during the day.
More like Midsummer, like that kind of.
Yeah, dude. It was pretty wild. I don't know why.
Did they have like flower crowns and stuff? Or?
No. It wasn't. It was Christians.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, but it was like, I don't know. It was like country Christians.
Okay, all right.
You know, which they were nice. They were really nice. They let us walk through.
Yeah.
They didn't try to keep us.
Yeah.
Right.
Which some religions would.
Yeah.
Right.
They didn't try to,
They didn't mind the trespassing, as it were.
No, they didn't mind the trespassing through their land.
Welcome to our land.
Yeah. So I love
Enjoy
it up
yourself
there,
while
man.
you're here.
I love it. I love it up there. They have, my little town has like I told you, there's a couple gay bakeries.
Yeah.
Up there. They're just awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. New Hampshire's the best.
It's the Granite State.
I love it.
People love it up there.
And then I got to go back to New York and be, Disco Bobby, City Bob.
Yeah.
Which is 2 lives I lead.
It is a City Bob and Country Bob.
Yeah, I have City Bob. I got a knife on me. I got mace. I got a stun gun.
Yep.
I got an attitude.
And then you trade it all for lesbian cupcakes.
I'm the worst, too. I assimilate quick, too. I am a phony.
That's good, though. That's smart. It's not being phony. It's you're bobbing and weaving.
I don't know. We went to the San Gennaro's feast yesterday, and my wife was so annoyed. I'm half Italian.
Is your wife Italian?
No, she's Polak.
Yeah.
Some type of English, and then she's got American Indian.
My wife's like 110% Polish, so it's all pierogies.
Yeah. She's a mix of everything. Yeah. I wanted a Puerto Rican, but I got a Polak, American Indian.
Yep.
I got the chick on the butter and the dumb one.
You started with a P, and then the consonants got all real weird, and you got.
But when we went there yesterday, she got so mad at me because I assimilate, dude. I just turned into a full. Italian.
Yeah.
I was like, where's the sausage and peppers?
Hey, gabagoo.
I'm talking to my kids.
I think that's autism. I think that's actually just masking. Like, you're just masking. Like, you're just doing what they do. Yeah.
The worst time was when
mirroring.
Mirroring. Yeah, you're mirroring what they're doing.
I didn't have a dad, dude.
Yeah, that's how you ingratiate yourself with
That's
people.
why I won the 440.
Yeah.
I became an athlete in a day. Dude, when we got married in Maui, right?
Yeah.
And the second after we got married, the day after we got married, we were going. She wanted to find the breakfast place from 50 First Dates.
Oh, yeah, Sandler.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Right.
It doesn't exist. So we're driving around trying to find a breakfast place that was in this movie that doesn't exist. So we're at a gas station. It's the worst assimilating I ever did. So I'm talking to this Hawaiian dude, and she's in the car. This is the day after we got married. She almost divorced me. I was like, all right, thanks, brother. I did the
hang 10.
Dude, I did the hang loose sign. So I'm sitting in the car and we're driving away. She's just staring ragefully out the window. I go, what? She goes, did you just give the hang loose sign and say, brother? I don't know what did I.
I wanted him to hang loose, honey.
I didn't even know I did it.
Yeah.
I'm such a piece of garbage. Oh, I'm a piece of garbage.
Maybe they appreciated it.
No, he didn't. He looked at me
didn't.
disgusting
No.
too.
He and your wife were exchanging furtive glances.
Yeah, it's not the 50s. Hey, brother.
Brother, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I'm Dog the Bounty Hunter. Brother. Thanks, brother. I suck.
I got to take another break here.
Let's take a break.
All right. Robert Kelly and Bill Squire are doing a handful of shows around the corner here at Hilarities this week, and it's 7 and 9:45 tonight and tomorrow night.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the
do you feel about Swedish prog metal? Oh, you like it? Oh, good. Well, Opeth is coming back to Cleveland. They've got a new album they're going to drop, and they want to perform some new stuff for you. Saturday, October the 12th, they will be here the day after the album drops, in fact, at the world-famous Agora. AgoraCleveland.com always has the info on whatever is coming through there. You'll get my last pair of tickets this week to see Opeth. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
You know, tomorrow night, we will return with our metal show. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight, airing immediately after the Guardians game. They're in St. Louis for the weekend to play the Cardinals, first of which is tonight, 8:15 is your first pitch on the Buzzard. And then tomorrow night, 10 to midnight, nothing but 2 hours of metal with me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. And if you like metal, you will love it. If you like yacht rock, you might not so much.
You can like both.
But I love yacht rock, too.
Yeah,
of course.
It's not true.
I like Lamb of God and Steely Dan.
Yes.
Robert Kelly is here.
Christopher Cross.
And we couldn't be more pleased. Christopher Cross. He had the curse of the Best New Artist Grammy.
What is that?
19. If you see the list of people who, it's like the curse of the Sports Illustrated, not Sports Illustrated, the Madden cover.
Yeah.
Back in the day, they said whoever won the Grammy for Best New Artist, they peaked there like you never heard him again. Christopher Cross won it, I think, in 1979.
P. Diddy.
P. Diddy.
R. Kelly.
I love the P. Diddy memes where people are slipping on the floor and they're like party at P. Diddy's house. And boy, that's wild stuff.
Well, somebody, I forget which comic came out with it today. It's like, when did being a piece of crap become a bad thing? You know what I mean? Like, look, I understand.
When people were, if you read any of that indictment for Sean Combs, it was like, oh, he had like women that were getting trucked in. That's where it gets freaky. Not just like Led Zeppelin Mud Shark type stuff, with teenage runaways, but they're laser focused on the girls that are because they come back 15 years later. That's where people have an issue with this.
And they're 16 years old.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I know. I mean, listen, hitting the woman, go away.
That's all gross, yeah.
Satisfying.
Put what?
Nothing.
Wow.
You'll see me after the show. Right?
What? I didn't say wanting. That's, he definitely, but the parties, the baby oil.
Yeah.
All that stuff. It's like,
it's a victimless crime until there's victims.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I mean, shouldn't all rock stars have some stuff in the closet though?
Yeah, but it all comes back to bite them in the ass, and this is the issue that people have. And I cannot. And it's like I take umbrage with people who try to put what happened then into the prism of today. However,
another good word, umbrage. Wow, you're a linguist.
I work it out. Is Steven Tyler puts out a book, and they're like, oh my God, he was partying with 14-year-old girls. These are not new stories, all right? It was 1978, whatever it was. These are not new stories.
Yeah.
The Diddy thing, a lot of people are like, these are not new stories. The problem people have is when these girls come back 15 years later, and they're trying to make a case for they were trafficked or whatever, except these girls at the time were very clearly escorts or they were working in the business or something. Mm-hmm. It's when the girls start going, and then I passed out and I woke up. And it was, it's all very murky. It's all very gross. It's all, but again, you've been in show business for a long time. Mm-hmm. I don't know that we've ever heard about your lubrication purchases. So that's just hanging out there.
Wow.
All your baby oil wants and needs just hanging out there, ready to somehow come back.
I'm just saying, hang on now. Jesus is our Lord and Savior.
Indeed. And he will return.
Well, it's like we heard about these parties, all the Diddy white parties. All these people were there. Every famous person, you got to go to one of Diddy's parties. They were all there. Everybody saw this stuff. They knew what was going on. And
it's like all the famous people have pictures of Jeffrey Epstein. It's like rich people hang out together. Yes, a lot of them wanted to bang 14-year-old girls on his weirdo island.
Yeah.
But rich people all hang out together, and this guy had money. So, yeah, Bill Gates is going to be there. And, Trump and Clinton, they wanted to be on the island. But there's a lot of people that had pictures. Same thing with Diddy. If you're going to have these parties where you pride yourself on everyone being there,
right?
There's going to be a lot of people when the main dude goes down. There's a lot of people going, oh my God, calling their PR team.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There's probably pictures of me with this guy.
Yep. I mean, there's a lot of pictures, a lot of people with that guy at these parties too, and it's like, I mean, the stuff, I don't know.
At the time, people were probably mad they weren't invited, and now they go, whoo,
dodged a bullet there.
Thank God.
Well, it's like the whole thing with the guy from that 70s show and
Danny Masterson.
They'd all make fun of Topher Grace because he didn't want to go hang out with them after and go party. And there's a lot of stories about, all what they did. He ended up in jail, and Topher Grace looks pretty good. Like, hey, I wasn't there.
Right.
I wasn't doing that stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
we're still laughing because a guy named Christopher calls himself Topher, but at least we're not laughing at you anymore for skipping the Danny Masterson parties.
Yeah, what he was drugging girls, right?
Danny Masterson was, yeah.
Was he drugging them?
Something like that, yes.
Oh, God.
He got 30 years.
30 years.
30 years. I met that guy one time at Lollapalooza, and I just got a general douche vibe off him.
Right.
I can't retcon this guy's life or whatever, but there were people at the time that would not have been shocked that something like this was happening.
It's funny, though, because rock and roll and all that music thing, part of it was the parties and the sex. I mean, you remember the movie Rockstar. You know what I mean? It's like that's part of the culture.
Yeah, right. Or Almost Famous.
And Almost Famous. It's like that girl was how old?
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? And they made a movie, and now that we're where we are, it's like my kid, his whole world is so different now.
Well, the wild thing, too, is when those women come back publicly to say, I didn't have a problem with that. I was 15 and I banged Ted Nugent.
Yep.
I knew what I was doing, like through the prism of modern whatever.
Yeah.
People go, oh, my God. But these women go, I knew what I was doing.
My mother said...
Nobody ruined my life, so...
All that Louis stuff
double-edged
happened.
sword.
My mother called me up immediately and was like, you tell Louis it's okay. I was like, what? She goes, you know how many penises I saw that I didn't want to see in my life?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was a different...
Yeah, you guys all had to contend with Louis in one way or another, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, of course. But the thing that, I did was I talked to him about it.
Yeah.
And I knew...
Did he show his penis to your mom?
Eventually.
Okay.
That's what my mom was trying to get.
Yeah, that's what I figured she was wanting. She's
I mean, look,
he wrapped it in a napkin and she wrote, I love you on it.
There's levels of it, though. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, when you're drugging somebody and taking advantage of somebody, raping somebody, hitting somebody, trafficking people, saying, "Hey, can I do this?"
So many crimes
is like it's more of a perversion or a thing, a kink.
Yeah.
And at that time, you were getting taken down for all that stuff. I think he got swept up a little bit in that.
Well, it's like when Me Too was huge, like when it went supernova.
Yeah.
Like Aziz Ansari told the story about like he had a bad date and this woman did a whole hit piece on whatever.
Right.
It was getting weird. There were people getting scooped up.
Yeah,
Louis aside, there were people getting scooped up where you were like, what?
The tide came up and took a lot of...
And that doesn't help whatever they're trying to accomplish. That doesn't help when it's like everybody piles onto somebody.
Yeah, me and Keith were talking. We were bummed out that we didn't get Me Too'd. We were like, we're not even famous enough to get Me Too'd. we stink. I've done some stuff.
Like, why does Bobby have all that baby oil? It's like, oh, so his thighs don't rub together. He's fine.
That is true.
Comfort should not be underrated.
Baby oil, I forgot. Not until recently did I forget it. I forgot all about baby oil.
Johnson's baby oil is still on the shelves.
God, I
feel like coconut oil really usurped baby oil.
Coconut oil is a thing, and I learned that 2 summers ago in my tiny house.
Yeah.
When my wife, when I first learned about premenopause, when we were having sex, the kid had an overnight, and we were having sex, and it wasn't working, and she was like, "I need lube," and I was like, "Well, we're in the woods of New Hampshire. you want me to kill a moose?
Let me go get some sap.
Yeah. We'll go to a pine tree. And
These aren't maples, honey. They're oaks, all right?
I was like, I don't know where to get lube. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And she's like, I'm like, what's wrong? Are you not attracted? She goes, no, I'm premenopause, and it just happens. And I didn't understand that vaginas die.
Let me get a sour ball, baby, and I'll work up some spit, and we'll go from there.
Well,
I
offered to spit on it. She's like, no, you have a dead tooth. I was like, well, that feels good.
Yeah. And honey, I'm only worried about cross-contamination, all right?
And then she's like,
I don't want gingivitis down there.
Yeah, I don't want her to smell like old pennies and mustard. I had gone to the store. I was making a stir fry that night, and she was like, you got coconut oil? And I was like, yeah, for the stir fry I'm going to make. And she was like, that's a natural lubricant. And I was like, I don't want to use that.
Sounds like an unnatural lubricant to me, honey.
She went over and got it, and I remember her
Yeah.
She put it on. It looked like she was just trying to get an old Chevy engine to work again.
Turtle wax.
It was like 11:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And it was just her, and I was, and she was just putting it on. I was like,
it's like we're having sex in
Next time,
Jamaica.
heat it up a little bit.
But
yeah,
it worked.
Buddy, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Coconut oil is the jam.
It's the best. Yeah,
And it smells so good.
Yep.
It smells. I don't know if you've...
And you're so soft afterwards.
It's so good.
The skin feels great.
You got cans of it as a pan spray. You can use that too next time.
Multi-purpose.
That's what I do to it now. I spray her like I'm going to make pancakes.
Yeah, like you're seasoning a cast iron pan.
I didn't like that she 3-fingered scooped it out of a mason jar. That was disgusting.
Like an old Crisco commercial or something.
Yeah, she could have done it a little sexier.
Yeah.
I think I heard that.
I heard it a couple times. First when it was in the can, and then this is the first recorded case of ginger vagina we've ever seen. The doctor told her later on.
Yeah, girls don't like sex in the shower either. I didn't know that.
Well, hot tubs, showers.
Don't
I mean,
like it.
There's like
it's a fake wet.
There can be a height differential. Yeah, it's the wrong amount of wet.
Yeah, you're just plugging mosquitoes in there.
Yeah.
And wet spiders.
Very, very strange.
Yeah, sex in water, not a good thing.
No. Sounds great, and we've all seen movies where it seems like it's going to be awesome, but it's the difference between the theoretical and the practical.
Good.
I believe Stephen Hawking talked about how difficult it is to have sex in the shower.
He had a hard time. Shorts out his wheelchair.
Get the Crisco.
That'd be fun to just dunk him in a pool.
Yeah.
What if he was at P. Diddy's party, just in the background, just lying there taking it? I don't like this.
I go, is that? They got like the jeweler's glass. Is that Stephen Hawking back there?
I actually caught my son.
Oh boy, using the coconut oil?
No.
That's your mother's and mine. Get your own.
Well, he is 11.
Yes, of course.
And
that's when I started.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Yeah. He started. I came out one morning and my wife was like, "Deal with that," and I'm like, "What?" And I looked over and he was holding his iPhone up with it. Watching YouTube videos.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's genius. First of all, I never thought of that.
Good for him.
And he actually talked to me about it. And I checked his iPhone one day, and one of his friends showed him YouPorn or Pornhub.
Yeah.
And I checked his thing, and it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
And I was like, Max, listen, you can't do this. When you're 18, if you want to do this stuff, it's fine. But right now, you're too young for this, and it's too... It's
too much.
They're treating women too brutal, and this is how you shouldn't learn about sex this way. It's bad to treat women like this, because whatever rabbit hole he went down, whatever genre he clicked on first, took him down another one.
It goes 0 to 100 immediately. I remember my son was 10, and he Googled boobs. And I mean, pretty innocent, right? I mean, we used to do it on the calculators, but it was like...
It was just him. It was just Burt Reynolds and Dom DeLuise slapping each other.
That's right. Dressed up as Captain America. And it goes 0 to 100 real fast. I got to take another break here.
Yeah.
You hang out?
Yeah, I'll hang out for a little bit.
Okay, because we're almost done, and the Bill Squire Friday Get Down is coming up, and I'll tell you what.
Yes.
You're not privy to this. It's going to blow your friggin' mind.
I do have some coconut oil I have to get to back at the hotel before the show. It's a ritual.
Bobby Kelly and Bill Squire are doing 4 shows this weekend around the corner at Hilarities, 7 and 9:45 tonight and tomorrow night. You can go to hilarities.com for the details and the tickets.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
I don't know what's going on with all these people that want to assassinate Trump, but luckily they spotted this latest guy on the golf course before he could take a shot.
Yeah, Secret Service is always like one hole ahead of Trump. That's how they saw him.
That's how it'd have to be a Diddy at a freak-off. Always one hole ahead of Diddy.
Rover's Morning Glory.
This Buzzard Weekend is sponsored by Jersey Mike's and Dollar Bank.
Hey there, it's Alan for Classic Volkswagen out in Menor. You know, they're always dedicated to exceeding your expectations, and they're doing it again. Right now, 0% APR for 60 months on the 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan. It's a great ride, a lot of good looks you're going to get, and they have over 30 Tiguans in stock waiting for you today. You're going to find the perfect ride for you, your budget, your family. Classic Volkswagen out there in Menor, right on Tyler Boulevard. Available on new, unused 2024 Tiguan models, financed by Volkswagen Credit through participating dealers. Not all customers will qualify for credit approval or advertised APR. Offer ends October 31st, 2024.
Sherrod Brown says,
I'll work with anyone to protect Ohio.
But what Sherrod
Montreal, and I was by myself, let's say, and I had a little fun. It came out black.
Oh, come on.
I have photos.
Yeah.
It came out black.
Yeah. like a movie where like the devil is in a kid and they cry.
Dude, I was panicking.
And they didn't tell you that?
They didn't tell me that. I called my doctor, and doctors, anytime there's something wrong, send me a picture. And I had to take a picture of it. I sent it to him, and he went, I don't know what that is. And I'm like, and then you look up, of course it's cancer.
Right.
Cancer.
Like, well, if you don't know, I don't know. I didn't go to medical school. You did.
It was the protein. I was drinking so much protein that it turns it black.
Yeah.
After the surgery.
Yeah.
Black.
And now you have a fun prank for your wife at Halloween.
You always say, you're Venom now.
Honey, look. Bill, are you ready to start the weekend?
Do it.
All right, here we go. All right, in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down is how we officially begin the weekend. Take it away, William.
It's Friday! You got to get down on Friday. Get down to Big Wig and Frog. Unfurl your nipples for Bobby Kelly. Slap them things around. Nip, slipper, nip, slipper, nip, slipper. It's Friday!
How about that?
Why would
this guy?
Some people don't like it.
Why wouldn't I like that?
I don't know. Some people don't like it.
Why would I not like you trying to give yourself an aneurysm live on radio?
Oh, and that I almost said nipple pops.
Yeah.
I love that.
I can feel that one in my calf.
I want you to bring me up tonight.
Well, Mary hates it. Mary hates it a lot. So I don't know.
She hates it?
She hates it.
Why?
Which gives me power. Like, I like making her hate it more.
Of course you do.
It's fun.
Well, I have to break one last time. We've got to say goodbye. Robert Kelly.
Buddy, it's so good seeing you.
Beautiful to see you.
Thanks for having me on. You look so good, dude.
So do you. You're a
like
gentleman and
you're
a scholar.
Vampire. You're a vampire.
I hope. Fingers crossed.
Gorgeous man.
I'm 72 years old.
Yes.
Wearing it well.
Can't wait to find you in a park around 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, in a Punisher t-shirt. All right, I'll take a break, come back and wrap everything up here.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
We're just hours away from our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
The biggest headliners in live music will be taking over T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas, tonight and tomorrow.
Limited seats still available at AXS.com.
Don't miss Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Dua Lipa, Gwen Stefani, Halsey, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, The Weeknd, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet, and a special performance by Coldplay's Chris Martin.
Plus, some special surprises and moments you are not going to want to miss.
Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Stream only on Hulu.
And listen on iHeartRadio.
Tonight and tomorrow, starting at 10:30 p.m.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of the 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
This is Pro Bowler Sean Merriman. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Browns defensive end Myles Garrett says his foot isn't 100%, but he feels good enough to make a difference Sunday against the Giants. Guardians and the Cardinals open a weekend set tonight in St. Louis. Cleveland's magic number to clinch the AL Central is 3.